Get the YouTubes up. Definitely professional podcasters
Welcome,
that have the stream open.
everybody, to the Making Awesome podcast. We're back. 3 week hiatus. We are back. Definitely not going to stream both vertical and horizontal because it literally does exactly what Andrew said it would, where it cuts us in half. Oh, that is so funny. Uh,
I know we wanted it, but what does it look like? You have to
hold
send a
on,
picture
hold
in the
on, hold on.
Discord chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it into the Discord. Andrew was so right. I didn't think that it was gonna work the way that it did, but Andrew was 100% right. Uh, anyways, uh, it's been a minute. It has been a freaking minute. Um, so welcome
That's
everybody back
bad.
to the show. I know it's been about 3 weeks since you guys last saw us. So, yeah.
It's been a while.
Dude, it has been a minute and a half. It's been a minute and a freaking half. It has been a lot of stuff going on here. I'm gonna start this one out real strong with a poll. Because we want to know. We've got like three major topics to talk about today. We've got the big Prusa announcements. So that includes the Core 1L, the what is it? The Signature Oak. Not Professor Oak, but
Yes.
Signature Oak. We have Prusaslicer 3.0, the open RFID standard. So that's Prusa. Then we've got Construct 3D releasing the Construct 2 officially, so we can really dig into that because, oh yeah, we're sponsored by Construct 3D and one of the hosts owns Construct 3D. Then Fibreseek because we literally flew across the world. I flew 19 and a half hours around the world to go to Shanghai. You flew 12. We met up in Shanghai and we had a lot of shenanigans in Shanghai. So, what we are going to do is I'm going to put out a poll since it won't let me like have you guys order things. I'm going to put out a poll with what order you want to see things in. Just vote for your top thing. Your top thing will be the first subject that we talk about. Um,
Oh, Grant. Oh, I
hmm.
thought these would be soft. They're hard. They're really hard.
uh,
Oh,
I don't know.
I don't
I,
like that.
I'm, nope, nope, nope,
Mm,
nope.
mm. Fun fact, everyone. While we were in Shanghai, I caught Ligma and I decided to die. So I am taking all of the pills in the planet. There's literally so many just to stay upright at the moment. And when I went to my friend's house last night and I gave them the story of what we got up to, they were very unhappy with me to the point where they said, "You are not leaving your bed tomorrow." Hi, by the way, if you're watching this, I'm sorry I left my bed.
I mean, it's basically
Um,
your bed. It's basically your bed.
yeah, it's like 15 meters away. It's
Yeah,
fine.
it's fine. Mine's about the same distance. Steve Bills, member for 29 months. Thank you very much. And as always, these streams do come to you YouTube ad free, but you do got to listen to us yapping and clapping a little bit about the stream sponsor, such as Construct 3D, makers of the brand new Construct 2, the UK's fastest 3D printer, the world's first bamboo 3D printer, and now an industrial 3D printer built for industrial atmospheres with over 100 cubic millimeters per second of flow. Yes, it is over 100 cubic millimeters per second. And no, that's not at ridiculous temperatures. That's at normal temperatures. Enabling 8 kilos per day of flow, obviously model dependent.
Yep.
And the brand new lights out production unit, aka the LOP-U, as a method to keep your machines running when you decide that it's time for a break. Check them out, construct-3d.com. Links are in that description down below because, well, if you're running a business, you know that time is money, and going from a standard 3D printer, like even, let's go with a bamboo with a high flow nozzle, you might get a kilo and a half a day. Okay, maybe 2 kilos if you're pushing it hard. You will not be getting 8 kilos per day. So,
To put in perspective, we were printing at advanced engineering, the probably the worst part possible for speed, which is a
mhm.
drone part. because it's 99% travel moves, 0% printing.
Yep.
And we were still averaging 2.8 kilos per day with mostly just travel moves. It's stupid funny. It
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. So there's suffice to say, there's a lot going on, and
There is a lot
a
going
lot
on.
for us to be talking about here today with you all. So it looks like so far Construct 2 is winning, but
Oh,
yeah, so for just
have
so
you done the shout out yet? Because hey, no, not getting on to work. Have you done printed solid?
no.
Talk about printed solid.
Okay.
The channel filament sponsor.
Which is actually one of the reasons that we didn't have a stream. So we
What?
happened after 3D Printopia to head over to Printed Solid and film at their brand new 95,000 square foot facility. That's a lot of square meters. It's a lot of square meters. I don't know how many, but it's a lot. And it is kind of comical to see all of their filament lines in one room, but the room can handle 30 more lines. They have 5 lines now, and the room can handle up to like 35 or 40 lines. My God, it is so funny. We have a great shot. I'm gonna give away a bit in the video, but we framed the interview with Heather and the people on the line like it was exactly the way it was in the old building. Like, you know, the shots are pretty tight, and then we say, "Oh yeah, this building is huge," and it's huge. We run the camera all the way out to the edge of the warehouse, take off the 16 millimeter prime lens, put on a 10 to 18 millimeter lens, and do a little punch zoom out, because an 18 to 10 is not that big, but boy, a 10 millimeter wide angle, you get a sense of how large this facility is. It is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. And that's just one of their rooms. So they're making a ton of material here in the United States, assembling Prusa printers here in the US. I'm sure the Core 1L will be on that list shortly, but we saw entire lines for the Mark IVS and the Core 1. We saw over 20 HT90s in boxes, which is kind of cool. Like, you know,
That's a
just a
lot of
cheeky $250,000
HT90s.
of HT90s sitting in boxes. It was pretty dope. Yeah, it was a fun experience. If you do want to enter to win some printed solid filament after this stream, I will be getting caught up. Damn it, because I know we're very far behind. Things have been busy. We will be getting caught up after
You've
the
been
stream.
out for basically 3 weeks.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Like an entire month has disappeared from your timeline, and it's only going to get worse as we get closer to Form Next.
So that's the thing. We don't actually know if we're going to Form Next yet.
But
and I'll remind people, Form Next is in 2 weeks.
Oh, don't say that.
Yeah,
actually, don't say that.
We don't actually know if we're going to Form Next yet. So, yeah.
And of course, we can't not end the sponsorship segment without talking about Grant himself with 3D Musketeers, who runs probably the highest quality print service demand, whatever you can think of, that I've actually used. Because I use quite a lot of them. And Grant's service actually, you know, helps. So if you need anything that's 3D scanning, modeling, CAD design, consultation, or 3D printing, 3D Musketeers is the place to be. When you want somebody to actually care about the parts that you're making, or you want somebody to look at your designs and tell you, are they feasible or not? Because honestly, if you're trying to get something made, you don't need a yes man. You need somebody to tell you exactly what you need to get your parts made, and especially with people who care. So that's 3dmusketeers.com, and they are fantastic. I've used them personally, and they've actually helped out a load with the production of Construct 2.
Yes, we have. Huge thank you, Nomad's Galaxy, for the $2 saying Printed Solid represent. Of course, he is a member of the Printed Solid team. Makes a awesome appearance in that video. I think you guys will enjoy it. Saul Rectum with the $5 saying, welcome back, boys. Check your Discord direct messages, Grant. Oh no. Oh no, I'm worried. No, I don't have a new one from Saul. So, it's just I have to send people filament. That's what he's telling me. I know. Things have gotten out of hand over here, and, well, that's just how it goes sometimes. But Yeah, so it looks like God. It is a much closer race than I was expecting. It is exactly even between Prusa releases and Construct 2, and Fibreseek and Shanghai are just at the bottom of that.
That's so bittersweet because Shanghai is probably the highlight of this entire stream for me.
Well, okay. I mean, it is for us. All right, I'm going to end it. We got 63 votes. It's been up for 7 minutes. Prusa has officially won it. Sorry, Jacob. But that's okay because I think
Ah,
people are pretty excited
ah.
about it. So let's end that poll. Hey, man, you still did 40%. That's pretty darn good.
Oh no, no, no. I'm glad. I don't like talking about myself, which is why I'm glad Prusa's come up first.
I got you, fam.
You
Don't worry.
underestimate me.
Got you. Don't worry. So the big Prusa announcement. So we were actually invited out to Prague. Would have been Friday the 24th. Unfortunately, we were invited out to Prague after we had already secured our travel arrangements for China. And there was no easy way to change everything that wasn't like a real pain in the butt. Like a real pain in the butt. So we did not make it out to Prague for the announcement of Prusa Day. Now, before we get a little too far into this, I have 4 boxes arriving from Prusa sometime early next week. I'm assuming at least one of those is the Core 1L. I have no idea what's in the other boxes. I have no clue.
It's more Core 1Ls, obviously, to replace what's behind you.
So this is the interesting thing about the Core 1L, which I'm assuming you haven't done any research on because you've been
I
dead to
have
the world.
seen a 30-second clip muted because I was in public and I couldn't hear anything because I am 80% deaf still out of one ear. And I'm like, oh, that's just a Core 1. And then I saw the little L. I'm like, huh.
So this is the thing about the Core 1L. It is double the print volume, but it is only 10% larger on the outside.
Okay, that's nice. Wait, how did they do that? Because the Core 1 was already quite space efficient.
They've made it more space efficient. Exactly how, I don't know, and I plan on putting them next to each other to find out. But do you go from a, what is it, 250 by 220 by 270 on the Z for the Core 1 to 300 by 300 by 330?
Okay.
Like that's
a size.
That's a serious improvement on the bed size. And Prusa has finally said, we are done with DC beds. It is now an AC bed with fans underneath to circulate the hot air radiating from the bed to get the chamber up to 60 degrees Celsius.
Nice.
Without needing a separate chamber heater, which I would really love more companies to do this. We've talked about this before, that like there are so many machines out there that all you got to do is just put a fan blowing on the bottom of the heat bed, and all of a sudden you have a relatively hot heated chamber that will maintain probably within 5 degrees Celsius of the heat bed itself. So like, duh.
I mean, I can confirm that. Like, we did testing on the original C1 series about like, do we add a Pica heater or do we just add a fan to the print bed? And the fan was a good solution. Like, actually good solution.
It's like, it's kind of dumb how good of a solution it is, because it's a really good solution, but it is really dumb as to how good the solution actually is, right? They also are claiming 5 minutes from box on table to printer printing. So we're going to test that. We're going to test that. They are not doing kits for the Core 1L. And I'm fairly certain I know why. I think it's the heat bed. So in the EU and the UK, you can't play with mains wiring. You are not certified, generally, unless you are actually certified, but you're generally not certified to play with mains wiring. And so to wire up the heat bed, you have to be certified to do this, or, you know, there's like insurance risks, like massive insurance risks. The AC heat bed. So they're saying, we're kind of done with the kits on this. Things may change But for right now on the release, there are no kits for it, and it is priced at like 18.99 euros. So,
That's a good price as well.
and here's what Prusa's also doing. This is something I didn't expect them to do, but I have a lot of respect for them for doing it. Tariffs and VAT included. Yep.
Oh.
Prusa's covering all the tariffs and taxes and things like that.
That's a baller move.
I think it's a baller move, and you got to have a lot of confidence in your product, and quite frankly, a lot of confidence in your profit margin to make certain that you can offer this. I think that's a great thing for consumers. Yes, they moved some prices around a little bit. So I think the XL went up a little bit. I think the Core 1 went up a little. I think all the printers went up a little bit. And they're just kind of hedging their bets on the tariff.
It's literally roughly double the price, double the size. Like I'm doing the quick
it's
math
less
in
than
my
double
head
the
of, like,
price.
230 by 260 by 280 to 330.
It is less than double the size. Well, so it is less than double the price. It is double the print volume. It is a cubic foot print volume, but it is only a 10% larger machine.
That's impressive.
Yeah,
that's really impressive.
And they still retain the filament on the side of the machine in the cut-ins. But those cut-ins, Jacob, are no longer steel.
Yeah, they're no longer steel.
No longer steel.
What are they then?
Aluminum, obviously.
I hate that you intentionally said it. I wouldn't have minded if you just said, oh, it's aluminum. I'm like, oh yeah, cool. But the fact that you hesitated before saying it, the hesitation's the insult. It's just I'm intentionally saying it now. But yeah, that's smart. Like bimetallic like printer design is a very smart like choice, because weight of machines when they get bigger quickly add up.
What is it? It's an exponential growth in weight, isn't it?
Pretty much. Like anytime you double the size of something, it's 4 to 8 times heavier depending on construction style, just because it's volumetric. And when you're putting big sheet plates in, it gets heavy quick. Like that. It's why most of our machines use aluminium, because at the size we make, if it's steel, you aren't lifting it.
No, and
like you need 3-person lift.
Here's the crazier thing. They're saying it's actually lighter than the Core 1.
Really?
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yep.
Honestly, hats off to them. They've done a phenomenal job.
But it gets there's one little tidbit that I'm like, I feel like that was the tip of the hat toward me. And I'm just going to take it as they were looking at me when they said all this. But there is a secure infrastructure edition now of the Core 1 and the Core 1L.
I want to minimize it. I think it's cooler than what you think it might be.
Custom boards with no Wi-Fi. The chips are removed. Wi-Fi chips do not exist.
I legitimately think, after seeing a photo of Joe talking to Zelensky, I'm like, they did that for that. Because defense, like,
they probably did it for governments, but I want to feel special.
No, you're not special. No specialness for you. But literally, like, we get it all the time where we have government bodies coming like, hey, can we take a punch stamp to the Wi-Fi antennas and snap the antennas off? Like, get rid of the modules on the motherboards. Like, it's that common.
Yeah,
like,
it's very common.
Security is a big thing. For anyone in Europe, Google Tempest ratings. So those are like the NATO standard for communications for... It's not like EMI, EMF ratings. It is for basically espionage, like being able to pick up a signal and determine what that machine is doing. Tempest ratings.
Yep.
Wi-Fi basically ruins Tempest ratings.
Yes.
You cannot do it. And that is life or death.
So they are leaving Ethernet, which I think is an interesting choice. But I guess at that point, you're running it on your own LAN, so it's your responsibility. And the USB that it comes with is a fully encrypted, password-protected USB stick. So I dig it. I'm glad, like, you and I have discussed Construct 2 and, you guys doing a enterprise-style Construct 1 and 1XL, but nobody else has really talked about it, right? On the boutique builders, this has been discussed, but this is the first time that I think we've really seen a manufacturer take security seriously. And before anybody gets to, what about the Bamboo One X1E? Come on, guys.
Now, I'm going to go further. The H2D, with its entire marketing spiel around having like this closed network ecosystem, except what everybody seems to forget is it's not about the printer then. All they did is they marketed that the printer is now secure. The slicer isn't. The
Right.
slicer still has network.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if they made the printer safe. The slicer isn't safe.
Yeah,
And they locked the printer to that slicer, meaning you have to use the open communication way to do it, which means it's not safe. Prusa have done it correctly.
I think they haven't before people say, oh, he's a Prusa shill. Look, I applauded Bamboo. We applauded Bamboo for the X1E, but we also said, wait a minute, it's $1,000 extra and all you're doing is giving me a switch on the Wi-Fi. Well, that now tells me what the data that machine is collecting is worth. So unfortunately, the Critical Infrastructure Edition is not price available. It is it is RFQ only, so request for quote only. So they might also have a significant increase in price. I don't know. I have not done it yet, but I will be going ahead and, submitting my request to learn how much it actually is. So,
yeah.
And I guess a little bit of shilling while I'm at it. One, Sol Rectum for the $5. Thank you very much, sir. Greatly appreciated. But two, if you do want to get a Core 1L or anything from Prusa right now, use the link in the description. It is, let me see what I called it. I called it, what did he call it? He doesn't know.
Core
1L-3DM. Yeah, use that link that's down there because we do get a decent kickback for the next month. So it'd be greatly appreciated. If you're going to buy anything from Prusa, go ahead and use our link. Greatly appreciated. Or use code 3D Musketeers at checkout because, well, YouTube is expensive. Like, very expensive.
Really expensive.
Yeah. Jacob has only started to learn how much money we spent on this
I started going through with Grant on the finances, and I was just like, ooh. It's making my business finances look actually kind of good compared.
Makes my business finances look good too, so it's fine. And I guess Vision Miner released a printer, but I totally missed it. So
they haven't released it, they've teased it.
Okay, so Manny the Engineer had asked about it, and he's back in here asking about it again. What do we think about the Vision Miner IDEX V3? I couldn't tell you. I haven't. I did not even know about it.
So all I know from the very small teaser they've done is I think they've rushed it, and I think they've not been in communication with their motherboard manufacturer.
Who's their motherboard manufacturer?
Duet.
Oh, okay.
Because they've got a very particular user-facing piece of hardware for the user experience that I'm surprised is on the machine. Bearing in mind, like, things are changing with Duet. They do constant development, and they've not been silent about this development. So I'm surprised to see a machine launch now with a very particular set of hardware on that machine. I can't say too much because I'm under strict NDAs, and I really don't want to break them because I really like the guys at Duet.
We like the Duet guys. They're pretty dope. But yeah, there was a lot of launches this week. When did the new IDEX from Vision Miner get teased? Do we know?
I think it was yesterday.
Okay,
so and on the video, there's a date saying on the 4th. So they're gonna like do a big announcement on the 4th by the looks of it.
Okay, so the other thing is that I was streaming for like 5.5, 6 hours yesterday, and we're going to be streaming for like 10 hours plus today. Not just on the Making Awesome podcast, but when we are done with the show, we normally send you guys to go hang out with Mr. Steve Builds. I haven't talked with Steve, but I'm going to do this, and I'm sure Steve will understand. We're going to send you guys over to the 1440 Maker stream, raising money for the World Central Kitchen. So it is a 24-hour stream in 2 days, so it's 12 hours each day with Shane, who does actually work for Prusa, but he's doing it personally. Has all these guests on from all over. They had I was part of the creative makers panel yesterday, and I'm part of the content creators panel later tonight. So, and if Jacob's feeling up to it, maybe he'll be in the content creator one, but he probably isn't. This one, doing this
As you
show's a
have
bit of a
seen in the
stretch.
chat, I have already taken pills, and by the time this stream is probably ending, I might need to take more
Oh,
because I
cool.
am dying.
Steve says he said he figured, and he's rating his stream over after as well. So okay, cool. We're both on the same page. This is good. This is good. We also had someone ask about a Core One XL, and I doubt it. My doubts are not there because now Prusa has a pretty decent price ladder from the Core One, Core One L, and then you go to the XL, right?
Also, the Core One L is kind of the Core One XL. 300 by
Yeah.
300 by 330 is big.
It's a big
Like,
machine.
It's big.
The price point is high. So like I'm going to actively compare the Core 1L to the GD Plus 4 because I actually think that's
Really?
kind of it. Well, okay, so the GD Plus 4 is 305 by 305 by 285. However, because of the way that they have their stock heater from the factory, it's really only 265 because if you go further than 265, the bed blocks the outlet for the chamber heater and the machine thermally runs away.
So I was actually going to get to that, but you've kind of just brought it up. Like, the Prusa machine's high quality, and the Quiddy is
cheap,
budget friendly.
Now, everyone calls me a Prusa shill, okay? Because they see the Prusas in the background. There are two GD Plus 4s up there. Fusion 3 F410. There's a Prusa XL and some other stuff down there. But literally right above the Prusas are a pair of GD Plus 4s. I have 4 of them in the shop. And they are decent machines. They have their particular quirks, but I think that's a fair machine to compare the Prusa Core 1L to. It's roughly the same size. It's a little bit smaller, but it's roughly the same size. It has a 65C chamber that is controlled by a heater. And let's be real, at this point, I'm calling the Core 1L an active heater because it is using fans to actively move air throughout the build plate. Like, to me, that's an active heater, right? You are not passively allowing for convection to occur. You are forcing convection, you know?
Yeah.
But I think a fair comparison for machines is going to be the GD Plus 4 and the Core 1L. I think those, and you can get quite a few Plus 4s for the cost of a Core 1L. So you can get at least 2 of them. And so it's one of those, do I want 2 of these or do I want 1 of these and why? So,
interesting.
Randy Parker 2, I don't know the rest of his name because it's blocked for me. I'm sorry. With the $10 for stream funding. And then Steve Builds making me read out 20 names by generously gifting 20 memberships to the channel. Thank you very much, sir. Durdackle, Electric Cafe, Rob Lutter, Ivan Jovic, Yuri, Salty Day, Philip Hoyt, Eric Lowe, Hashbringer, Jason, with I'm assuming their ham radio call sign, Raj D, Closey, Brent Hayes, Jody C, PC Evangelist, Scott SG, 12,004, Andre, Stexes, let's see, Random Joe Gamer, and Hedgy B. You all are now members. Huge thank you to Mr. Steve Builds for making that happen. We would normally go send you guys over to Steve. He's going to be streaming in a half hour. But of course, we want to raise money for the World Central Kitchen. They are one of the few charities out there that has a perfect rating on pretty much every charity website that I've gone to. And I did a quick little audit of their financials last night personally, and I'm very happy with what I see. So
that's high praise coming from Grant. Grant knows his stuff about charities. So when Grant says that, you know it's true.
Yeah, I mean, they... Just go look them up. Go look them up on Charity Navigator and see where they stand. It's like greens across the board. But yeah, huge thank you to Steve. So normally we go send you guys over there. So, but yeah, and then Prusa didn't stop. Prusa did not stop with the Core 1L. There's more. They're Billy
There's
Mays
more.
over here, even though this was something that I didn't know, but was told to me by editor Andrew. Billy Mays never said, "But wait, there's more," in ads.
No.
He apparently never did. He did it once as a joke in a commercial that wasn't like an ad selling a product. I'm like, there's no way.
So from a one-off sentence, the Billy Mays "but wait, there's more" just stuck.
It is.
That's the
it's
one
one of
thing I
those
know of
Mandela
him.
effects, right?
Okay, so "but wait, there's more." What's the more?
Silicone printing for the XL. For all of your definitely safe for work silicone printing needs.
How does that work? Because silicon is
Yep.
it's a
See, this is great
two-part
because I
thing.
know you haven't done your research. So how do you think it works? How do you think they've done silicone 3D printing with the XL?
Well, traditionally, like silicon printing would be like a Lynx machine where you have two like static pumps pumping in, you get a mixing head, and then it deposits and you replace the tips after every print.
Right.
But the Prusa XL is an FDM machine. Like
is.
technically they are part of the MX class of printers, which is material extrusion.
Yep.
But they are very different things. And to my knowledge, there is zero way to pump anything through a standard extruder. Even if you like have an external pump and you have a module, you still have to fully replace the head.
Yep. So what if I told you it's filament?
What do you mean it's filament?
It's filament. They have silicone filament. How do you think that works, Jacob?
No, because silicons are thermosets. They vulcanize.
Correct.
And they are permoset. Like no. There's no way to make a filament out of silicon without it being cured in the process, meaning you can't.
Nope.
And heat doesn't activate silicone at all. It doesn't. Heat. Yep. It doesn't work that way.
Oh, but it does, good sir. This is what happens when you put research institutions and give them access to your tool changer and they build something like this. They found a way to make a hollow tube filament that you fill with a two-part silicone, and it goes into an extruder, into a mixing nozzle, and then is deposited.
What in cursed tarnation have they made?
A $1,000 head for a Prusa XL that 3D prints in silicone. That's what they made.
£1,000. That's nothing.
1,000. Yep.
That's nothing.
It's not cheap, to be clear, but
no,
for silicone,
no, that's cheap.
It's cheap.
No, that's cheap.
Yeah.
Like the cheapest printer I know that can print silicone is like 15 to 20 grand.
So there's one out there that's about $4,000. Someone was saying.
Which one's that?
It's one I've never heard of. It was on YGK's Twitter. Someone had replied about it. It's still like $4,000, but I can get an XL, a single tool head XL with the silicone head, and it's still less money. Just saying.
Like the cheapest that I know of is like the Lynx 3D machines, where they're dedicated silicon printers.
Yep.
And they are spenny. They aren't cheap. They are professional grade machines because if you're printing silicone, it's professional grade. You aren't doing it as a hobby.
So the concern that we have right now is because it is a filament. You want to talk about a closed ecosystem. There's no competitors in this market right now. So who knows? Like we don't know what the two-part silicone is going to cost. But I said, you know what I want, Jacob? You know what I want instead of silicone? Because in theory, now that you can make a tube filament that you can fill with something that has a creamy nougat center, it opens up the world for other two-part mixing products. So you know what I want out of a 3D printer? JB Weld. I want a JB Weld 3D printer. My God.
I was just thinking JB
Weld. I want you to think about for just a second how abysmally strong something that is made out of pure JB Weld would be. The dev miner says cement. We have people saying epoxy, chocolate and peanut butter. John Olsen. I don't know. I think John Olsen might win this one. Chocolate and peanut butter. You can get the perfect Reese's mix. Oh my God. Can we get Reese's to sponsor this so we can do a Reese's peanut butter cup out of chocolate and peanut butter? Hold the friggin' phone. I need this
You
in
know
my
what?
life.
You know what I was literally just thinking of is you could put like a thermo activating epoxy with like 5 centimeter long strand carbon fiber on the inside.
Jacob, you could do a UV set epoxy like a Massivit.
Ooh, massive it. I'm gonna be happy with that. That would be fun.
It's not the same process. Massivit is purely resin based. But again, Prusa is only claiming right now silicone. So what other people do with it is going to be between them and theirs. Tarsman013 says iron oxide and aluminum powder. I'm sorry,
No,
aluminium
no,
powder for no specific reason.
don't do it.
Do it.
Don't do it.
Do it.
Don't do it.
Do it.
Do not melt a hole in the floor of your printer.
Do it. It's not hot. It doesn't matter. The only way you could ignite thermite is generally with a really, really hot like oxyacetylene torch or a piece of magnesium. Printing in thermite, Jacob, come on.
It. You could spark gap it.
Okay.
Like the friction of the powder could do it.
And how many people have a spark gap laying around other than you and I?
Okay, good point. Good point.
Exactly. I know. So the silicone toolhead I think is quite interesting because it's funny. We get a request for silicone printing like once a month. It's not currently enough for me to be like, okay, let's do this. Because I'm not certain that the people that want silicone printing really understand what real silicone is. We often tell them, look, just 3D print the mold and then fill that with silicone. But in talking yesterday with a bunch of other creative makers, the big one that people are saying they want the silicone toolhead for is actually to print molds. So Joe Kasha,
I guess
Kasha.
it does cut that. Yeah.
So I was hanging out with
Kasha.
Kasha.
It does do it. Like it would simplify the production steps.
Candle molds.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it means you don't have to go hard mold to soft mold and then cast. You just go soft mold and cast.
Right. Yeah. And
you can put your own keying in. You could print keys to it.
You print the keyways, and because since it's silicone, you don't need, unless you're casting in silicone, you don't need any mold release because it's silicone. Nothing sticks to it. Hey, Eric Fluffy with the $5 saying halfway to fully ad free. Thank you very much. And hey, 151 watching, but only 42 likes. We can pump those numbers up.
Trust me, you want to pump those numbers up. We have some stupid stories to talk about.
This is not going to be a short show. I'm just letting you all know. It's not going to be a short show at all. There's no way. Yeah, the both of us are going to be coughing the whole show. It's fine. But yeah, silicone printheads. So, but like the question of
I like how we are just like going around the big topic of silicone printheads, just being like, we all know what people are going to print in it.
Yes, they're going to print sex toys. We can move past this.
We all know. Like that's what 3D Musketeers would be great at. You get the scanner out and then print the toy. Scanner to toy as one service. There's a lot of money in that. Ask me how I know.
Just go buy a Clone-A-Willy. They're much cheaper.
No. Okay. Have you considered the logistics of the Clone-A-Willy?
Have you considered the logistics of scanning a dick? It's not easy.
Scanning is faster because the Clone-A-Willy, you got to hold it in there still until it sets. And if you've tried just being like, yeah, I'm just going to hold it in there unmoving for 10 to 15 minutes, it ain't gonna work. But the scans you can just be like, whoop, there you go.
I miss the Jacob only fans, Randy Parker says. Okay, so we have done quite a few adult scans in our days. It is more difficult than you think because your pulse causes it to move.
Just grab it and be like,
I'm not grabbing it.
That's part of the job. Just pay for it. They pay for the job, so grab it and do it.
Mad Cat says scan Billy's friend that she was talking about. No. I don't have enough RAM for that, man. Saul with the $2 says Jacob knows a lot about a clone of Willy.
It comes with the industry. The
I
amount of
as well
questions
am
that
over
I've
here
been asked.
wondering where this knowledge comes from.
Look, when you are one of the only 3D printing factories in the country, we get every question. And I have to legitimately consider every reason to say go down this route versus this route. And you'll be surprised at how it, like, that little spark of somebody asked was like, wait, actually, that's a stupid idea.
You'd
And
be
Clone of
surprised the
Willy's a
stupid ideas
stupid
that come
idea.
through here. And yet, people still buy it. Dane, which I think is Doug, says ad block like print a block for adverts. Dreams void. Thank you, sir, with the £2. And Saul Rectum with the £2, saying 7 because I think it was number 7 or number 8. But my brother, any OF models though that are interested, info@3dmusketeers.com. Hit us up. Naked people aren't even on the top 10 weirdest things we have scanned. And yet, he's not wrong.
Oh, you know what you could do?
He's not wrong.
Now this is a stupid idea, but it would work with Artex photogrammetry stuff or just photogrammetry in general, is get one of the probe, like very small, long macro lenses, because you can also get them in a fisheye version. Put a little like clear rod at the end, and then you can shove them up people to get exact like indentation based
Yeah, I'm real
scanning with the
good.
photogrammetry. And
I'm
then
real
you can
good.
have you've got Clone of Willy, well, you've got Clone of Woman now. You got both sides of it. That's money. That's money.
You know what, Jacob? That's your business. I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, and we hit our 10. I am having a hard time
This is
talking
the
right now because
first
this is the most
podcast that we come back to in 3 weeks, and this
Death
is what we're
Miners the
talking
F did
about.
I come back to? Yes, yes, yeah. You all missed us. You know you missed us. Okay, 163 of you watching here. Jeez, Saul is just
Can people
dropping
tell I'm on
$2 on
heavy
us over and
painkillers at the
over.
moment?
So Saul's just over here making it rain on the podcast. Another $2 from him, $2 from Mad Cat USA. Thank you
Oh.
guys for helping make these streams ad free. Greatly appreciated. If you'd like to know a fun little like aside, I watch our metrics quite heavily. And the day the announcement for Prusa came out, our channel went up 283 subscribers, which is a lot for our channel. The day after, we lost 250 of them. I'm like, those were bots. So my metrics go bam, bam, and I'm like, oh, that sucks. That sucks. Saul says he's your first investor for $2. Jesus Christ.
Hey, look, I'm just
GP3
saying
Designs 3DM when my parents come in.
I'm just saying, like, that is a legitimate business case. Like, you got the cloning one side, but you don't have the cloning the other side. You got to make it full circle.
There are companies that do both. That's all I'm gonna go with.
Yeah,
Anyways,
but now we can buy the Prusa printer, print in silicon, bish bash bosh, entire like self-funded like little ecosystem.
But you know what really sucks about 3D printing, Jake? Because I know you've done it too. I know you've done it too.
What, heated pizza up on the bed of a printer and then got the oil stuck in it, so I had to clean the printer bed like 4 times in a row?
Well, that was your own damn fault for not putting a plate in between. But no, it is when you print PLA at PETG temps or the other way around.
Oh, I actually have a Print Fix Friday video, if you remember, where I printed PET G temperatures on a PET C because they're so similar, and I'm like, I wrote the entire hot end doing that. It was awful.
So Prusa have released a open source RFID system for 3D printers. They're calling it Open Print Tag. There's one downside to it right now that's like kind of glaring to me, but I think it can be dealt with, is that the spools read on the full 360. So you can't measure revolutions.
To be fair, thinking about it, I wouldn't want to measure revolutions.
You do. I mean, that's pretty much how every AMS system figures out how much filament's on the roll still.
Does it though?
Yes. That's how Bamboo does it.
Yeah, but is it a good solution though?
No, it's not. I don't think it's a good solution. I think a weight system is better, but everything else on the market right now uses revolutions. And this system doesn't do that. However, they've released the type of tags you need to buy, so you can just get non 360-degree ones for yourself and program them yourself, because again, it's an open system.
I might need to look into this.
So I think it would be very valuable to look at for the lights out production unit on the Construct 2.
I was just thinking that.
To integrate that in, because I would assume that your customers, and those of you that run businesses and do a lot of B2B and B2G work, you'll know that a lot of times you are just running on autopilot. And I've done it plenty of times where I've put the wrong material in because I was stupid enough to re-spool it on a different spool. And yeah, it didn't work well. So this system would stop that. So Prusa is already converting over Prusament rolls to use these tags. The tags, I might add, that are fully rewritable. And you can buy the tags. They're a little pricey from Prusa. They're about 50 cents a piece, when the raw RFID tags are something like 10 cents, if not less, in a decent volume. But it's still a good system for those out there that want some level of RFID. Now, it's not the open standard that Mitch from Polar Filament was working on, which is a bit of a bummer to me, but he has some, and he doesn't hate it. So I'll take that as a, not a vote of confidence, but not a vote of non-confidence. So I think it's fine.
I'm very interested in this because one of the major complaints that I have had for a while was, so for anyone who is like new tuning in, hi, I'm Jacob, I make machines. I don't actually like making machines. I like making people's lives easier. It just so happens making machines is the way that I do that.
3D printers are a means to an end.
User experience is actually the number one thing that I look at in any design. It's not about performance, it's not about quality, it's not about reliability, it's user experience. Because the user just wants better.
RFID makes the user experience 10 times better every single time.
RFID fixes one of the most critical problems, which is the loading the material stage. And people might overlook it because they're used to it. But if you put a reel in your printer and it is wrong, and you load the wrong material, because bear in mind, in my factory, I buy hundreds of kilos of filament quite regularly. I buy mostly just black, because most of my stuff that I make are black, because it's boring, it's engineering. Trying to differentiate, I'm actually going to call
black
out...
Black PLA and black PETG is pretty tough.
I am actually going to call out 3DQF, because I love the guys there, and I know they can take it. Please put the name of the filament somewhere on the face of the reel, not just a color code on the inside of the spool. Because the way 3DQF do it is they're a very, again, it's going to sound really bad, they make the highest quality films that I've got my hands on with the shittest spool design that I have ever seen. But I understand why as well. I agree with their decision process. So they just use like corrugated cardboard and then a cardboard tube in the middle.
Yeah.
The cardboard tube in the middle, the lining of the paper of the inside is the type of filament it is. So orange,
put a sticker on the outside of it.
That's it. They don't use stickers. They laser everything, but they use universal spools. So they use the color of the cardboard tube on the inside as the way to tell you which. Pink is ABS. I don't know what color ASA is because I haven't bought it. White and green is PLA, I think. And the problem is, I don't know. Because they don't have the word PLA anywhere on it.
That's a bit of a problem.
An open RFID tag system fixes that. Because the amount of times I've accidentally picked up black PETG and black PLA and black ABS and put them in a machine and I got the settings wrong because I just picked up the wrong wheel from the wrong stock area has destroyed hot ends. And that's not the filament manufacturer's fault. That's the user's fault. But at the same time, it's us as a developer, it's our job to minimize the amount of steps possible to make a fault. It's the Swiss cheese effect. Like we see it all the time with aircraft where you can have individual faults, but if there's enough layers, it won't hit the dangerous time. The problem is for filament, there are no checks. You are the one and only check, which is I've loaded this reel in and I've told the slicer what it is. That isn't great. That is a user experience fault waiting to happen, and it puts cognitive load on the user to remember this. And especially if you're running a print farm where you're doing like multiple materials, you don't want to be checking 100 printers for which reel is loaded in which machine.
I agree. And look, Printed Trucker's in here. Love him, by the way. Great guy. Says, with only 3 printers and not running a business, RFID NFC does little to help me. For second time savings, maybe. Totally fair. There is going to be a lot of people out there that say, I don't really care about this. And that's totally fine. You're not the target customer. But, and GP3D asks, is it going to cost more? I have no clue. My assumption is the prices of Prusa aren't going to go up. They're just going to absorb the cost of this, and it is what it is. But I would say if your machine could read RFID and you put RFID in it, there's a sense of value in there of you knowing that it is what it says it is. So I
mean, there is value even if the customer doesn't know it's there.
Yes.
So one of the things that you could do, let's say, choose a random printer, Grant. Just a random printer, because it doesn't matter. It's agnostic.
Bamboo. Give me Bamboo
Cool.
A1.
You get a Bamboo A1. You have put a reel of filament on the spool holder. What's that?
Bamboo A1.
Oh.
It's one of the burn boards. I have 4 of them now.
Oh. So, yeah, let's take a Bamboo A1. You've loaded your reel. You've selected the color you want. You've loaded it up. You don't care, like as a user at that stage, that it's doing checks. What you care about is if you press the print button and the printer imploded because you loaded the wrong reel, you now have a pain point. Having RFID on a printer, even if it's not being used for loading the profiles, is still a way to go,
Yep.
Hey, you're printing at like 180 degrees and this material needs 280 degrees.
Yeah.
Give a warning. Just a warning. It doesn't even need to stop the print. It doesn't need to be controlling. It's a way to reduce danger and risk when it comes to equipment, where a lot of people, especially on cheaper end machines, if it goes wrong and it breaks, you can't really afford to repair it.
And honestly, dude, the RFID system that Bamboo's implemented is great. I think it works well. There's still a part of me that's like, they implemented a system to lock people onto their materials and their materials only.
Yes.
They just unlocked it when people got pissy. You still get extra value from their spools of like, it tells you how much is left and that kind of stuff, which you don't get from anybody else's. So it is nice to see an open source standard. The problem here is it needs adoption. And so Prusa's obviously going to adopt it. There were other manufacturers on the OpenPrint tag website that are going to be adopting it. And I think that that's the important thing. If we can get adoption across as many manufacturers, both of machines and of filament as possible, we can start setting a standard in the industry for a fully rewritable tag. Now, the question was asked of how often can it be rewrited? I have no clue.
Normally they're 50 to 500 times at most.
And that's fine. That's fine.
Like, if you're rewriting them that often, I'm actually more concerned about why you think the price tag matters.
So,
because if you're doing it 500 times, that means you've reloaded it 500 times with 500 different types of filament.
Yeah, at that point, I don't care, right? That's the cost of doing business.
Buy another tag at that point.
Right. Buy another tag.
Like, how many do you think you could get for $10?
I mean, they're saying 5 of the Prusa official ones. But if you
you'll get unofficial. It's a coil of wire. You're gonna get immediate.
Right, you can just go get standard RFID tags for like 5 to 10 cents a piece. It's not bad.
I mean, I'm gonna Google it now, because if you're worried about price, you're not even gonna do that.
I'm not. I'm personally not. So I see Mitch in here saying, is Construct 3D going to use that open tag format? Jacob just found out about it, so Coming
I can
soon
give
to
you an
yeah.
answer. It is the real challenge with integrating a RFID tag system isn't the RFID tag. It's where you put the reader, because our spools are vertical with very tight tolerances. So if the reader has to be vertical as well, that becomes a challenge because the actual drawers are all replaceable. And if you have to replace the reader, you have to worry about the wires. That's problem number one. Problem number two is communication. What communication requirement does it need? Does it need to be plugged into a alternative compute unit? Like, can it be plugged directly into a printer mainboard? And we somehow can figure out from that? I doubt it, because printer firmware isn't RFID based. So it probably has to go into a Raspberry Pi or another auxiliary compute unit. At which point, how do I get the connectors to go from a completely removable system to a non-removable compute unit?
And then how do
But
you
I
make the
am going to be
printer
looking into it.
understand what it's reading? So there are some challenges that are yet to be resolved, but I think you guys could do something. Certainly on the ends, you could have readers on the end
Oh,
spools.
certainly we will be looking into it
Yeah,
very closely.
yeah,
I'm just looking at also just RFID tag makers, and you can get the cheap ones for 2 cents and the expensive ones for 10 cents,
yeah.
which
So
is nothing.
Prusa is charging a bit of a premium, but are you surprised? I'm not surprised. This is normal and expected behavior, and it's fine. I've got no issues with it. This is normal for me. Um, but I think that this is a step in the right direction for RFID, because like previous RFID solutions, looking at Bamboo, Anycubic, Reality, and others, you can't change the tags. You can't do anything with it. The encryption has not been fully broken yet. So technically the encryption on the Bamboo tags is broken. They can rewrite them, but they can't re-sign them. The signature has not been broken. So you can write new information onto it, but you can't sign it to a point where the Bamboo machine will recognize it. And that's been a bit of a challenge for manufacturers because, well, Bamboo owns the market right now for machines. So if we can get a standard out there, no matter who's championing it, to be honest with you, but if we can get a standard out there that is fully rewritable by the end consumer, we now have the ability to re-spool our own spools and not have to add a new RFID on it. So, Kali's asking if Prusa's have a reader on their printers. I don't
I'm going to
think
say yes because they've come out with this solution.
so. The Core 1 doesn't. The Mark 4S doesn't. I don't know about the Core 1L. I would assume that there will be some sort of upgrade that enables a reader.
Oh, there'll definitely be an upgrade
Yeah.
because they've got expansion ports available all over the place. Now,
The,
what I'd like to see for this is, because it's open source, how is it going to integrate into slicers now? Like, how is Softfever and the 6 bajillion developers going to run with this new open like firmware to integrate it for everyone? Like, that's the exciting thing for me, is it's not even about the factory scale of them implementing it into the hardware. It's how are the makers going to run off with this new standard and improve it to the point where no other company can keep up with the improvements.
we'll see. But see, the
Like,
nice thing is,
we
Prusaslicer's
could
open
probably
source.
even see, like, I don't know, like maybe even RFID that doesn't just tell you what material it is, it also just has like the four major important values of it: print temperature, pressure advance value for a rough pressure advance, bed plate temperature, and maximum flow rate. So you could literally load a reel and it just configures the slicer no matter what it is
Would be
with
pretty
these are the
awesome.
numbers.
Would
Hell,
be
you
pretty
could
awesome.
probably do it as like conditional G code,
Yeah.
where you now make print job files that don't include print temperatures and anything else, and then as it you print the job, the conditional G code reads the RFID and it populates the temperatures on the first line. That would be sick. That
There's a
would be
lot.
amazing.
There's
There's
so
so
many
much you could do with
opportunities,
this.
man. So many opportunities. Um and honestly, I if we can get more manufacturers to adopt it, I think we're moving in the right direction. Real quick, Jolsh G with the €2 said ad block compensation. Love your stuff. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. Saul again with the $2 saying shout out Steve Builds. And I saw that we had Mr. Bearded Printer himself giving out 5 memberships, 1 to Lucas, MacBoy Pro, DevMiner got one, that's hilarious. F, Silver Bear, all got memberships thanks to Bearded Printer. Thank you very much, sir. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, the open print tag and the teasing of Prusaslicer 3.0 were like, no one talked about them. It's not that big of a deal because, I mean, let's be real, the Core 1L does kind of overshadow it. And then, did you see the video of the Prusa signature oak?
I did.
Oh my god, I want
So
so bad.
So I knew a little bit
bad.
about this before because of obviously there is a reason it is oak and not what I know Joseph wanted to do, which was make it out of bamboo. And for anyone, it's public because you can Google it because it's in the UK. There's no such thing as privacy. My company owns the design protection for bamboo as a material. So bear in mind, we made that design protection before Bamboo Lab came out, and we protected it because we knew like somebody would probably try to copy the material that we're doing if they wanted to clone it. It has probably caused way too much pain for Joe and everybody when they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna do it in this," when they showed off that prototype, and we're there like, "Joe, I'm really sorry, but my lawyer is like eating my ass alive to tell you to stop. So here is just like a really kind letter to being like, hey, we want to work with you. It's fine. Don't worry about it. This is just to get my lawyer off your ass because he will not be wording things in a nice way that I like to word it as." So signature oak. There we go. And honestly, I think oak looks better. I do think oak looks better.
One, I think they did a great job with it, but 2, Joe's father was a carpenter and woodworker. So there's some history to this that isn't just poking fun at another manufacturer. Like, this is legitimately a beautiful piece of furniture. So I have officially submitted my request to get one. I've also submitted the request for a quote so I can try to figure out what they're going to cost. But I submitted one for a review unit because I actually trained under a master woodworker for about a year who lives very local to me that has one of the most amazing audio rooms you've ever seen. And it's all custom built, has a wood shop the size of my house, and does all the work himself. And I want to bring this machine to his wood shop. I want him to kind of look at it and analyze it from the perspective of a true certified master woodworker. And then if it was his, what would he do to change it? Like, what changes would he do? Would he change the material? Would he do something different? And look, if we can get the design files for it and make one with him out of his proposed material from scratch.
Can I make a suggestion for the wood? So for anyone who doesn't know, like, we weren't originally going to choose bamboo on the sides of our panels. We tried quite a few materials. We ended up going with bamboo, but that wasn't the material I wanted. I really wanted sapele. I think sapele is like one of my favorite woods of all time, especially when you give it like a friction buff and it just glows this like tiger stripe orange to that deep walnut. It's just like, oh, I absolutely love sapele as a wood, and it smells, it's just slightly floral with a sweetness to it. And when you oil it and afterwards you just look at it, you go like, damn, oh, that's a wood.
So here's, I think we're deep enough into the show where I can kind of announce what my plan is if I don't get one. I'm gonna make one.
I want to buy one. I actually want to buy one. I don't have the money for it, but I want one just for the sake of the story.
Well, I want one for the sake of the story. If it is affordable enough, I would offer to buy it, but then I'm not making videos with it because it's mine. But if we don't get one as a review unit, I'm just gonna build one.
Oh. Yeah, I would. I would do it. You got to
Yeah.
record every step. You've got to turn that into like just this full love letter video of how much craftsmanship goes into woodworking. Because woodworking is gorgeous to watch.
Yep.
I love it.
And like, I know, you know, John Stern is saying to me, a printer is a tool. I don't need it to be furniture art. I totally understand,
You're wrong.
but I love it. And I love the idea
You're
of having
wrong.
it all. Like, this would be the printer that I would bring with me to shows because it is
Yep.
beautiful, right? It is one of those, like, it's gorgeous. And it is a statement piece. It is an art piece. It is limited to only 250 units. I am assuming they're going to be very expensive. Very expensive.
They should be. They should be. I mean, have you ever seen like the quality of like what Wormwood pulls out
Oh, yeah.
when they're doing
Insane.
like their signature stuff?
Just insane.
And that is, I look at some of the stuff they do, I'm like, damn, that's cheaper than I thought it'd be.
Yeah. And of
But
course
bear in mind they've got scale.
they're making it all, you know, local. So I like the idea. I'm hoping that
Printers,
it
to
sells
me,
well, but I'm worried that the
are
price
like
is going to be so much it's not going to sell well.
it doesn't need to sell well. It's not about it selling well. It's about so printers to me are architecture. So my actual like two major hobbies that I never get to take part of because one, I'm not trained for it, and two, I don't have the time for it, but has always been design as a concept and architecture.
Mhm.
So it's why I love photography. It's why I love doing cinematography because it's creating this beautiful expression of self in a medium that can evoke emotion. And it goes to everything. It's why I love brutalist architecture because there is a taste to concrete when it is treated right that I can't seem to replicate with any other building style. And it also goes for machines. Like when you see like this gorgeous like work of art that you can tell somebody spent hundreds of thousands of hours trying to develop,
Yep.
you can taste it in the choices.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to woodworking, it's the same. It's that intention of beauty with functionality blending together. And this is why I love that signature series. Like I've only seen a couple photos and I don't need to see more because it drips with passion.
Yep.
And it's not another big black stupid ass box.
You just made a big black stupid ass box.
Yeah. Do you know how pissed I am at big black stupid box? I promised myself. I was telling Joel Telling 2 years ago that the next printer I make will have concrete and bamboo blended together in perfect proportions. I sent you the pre-renders for the entire art section of which is the art direction that Construct 2 is going to go, which is this gorgeous, like, marbled
It was very
concrete with
pretty.
an inset at the top.
Yeah.
It has a relief panel made of bamboo with underlighting for the lighthouse system. It was this perfect
gorgeous.
blend of solar punk and brutalist architecture all
Yeah.
in one. And I've made a bloody black monolith.
You did. You did.
I do like the black monolith. It looks okay, but I'm still going to make the concrete machine. No matter what happens, I'm still going to make the concrete machine because it just looks
It's beautiful.
Right. That's the type of machine I want to make. But I also got to make money, and industry's boring.
Yeah.
And they like black boxes, and they don't want it to look pretty because pretty means bad, not good.
Rexit82 says, sounds like you have a design for your signature series.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
Yeah, get the C2 signature.
I might do it for C3 to be fair, because C3 is going to be so ungodly expensive already. I might as well just throw all the aesthetic at it.
Mm-hmm. Well, and so they weren't done there. Miklos teased Prusaslicer 3.0, which is coming out early 2026. They gave us 3 or 4 photos for it. There's a Prusa blog article. Go, Jacob, can you post the Prusa blog article up at the top?
Yep, I'm on it. The
Prusa Day
already there.
one. Yep. So from the photos, it looks like they have smart adaptive layer control, where it's only reducing layer height on parts of your print that matter. So they showed the rocket, and it looks like it's made like the tubes on the outside of the rocket engine much smaller layer heights than the actual cone area of the rocket engine. So it is a smart adaptive layer control, but it's interlayer control, which is kind of ridiculous. Um, they like claiming this in general is a huge leap for them because nobody else is doing this. They're claiming
Hell, other slicers can't even do adaptive layers with supports
hmm,
because the moment you add like tree support, it breaks. They just can't do it. So seeing this,
well,
I
they're doing
like this.
tabs, which is awesome. Thank friggin' God we're getting tabs. So my Prusaslicer windows can look like my Chrome windows. Let's go. Um,
Honestly, I think that's the biggest quality of life improvement that is coming out of
oh,
this.
tabs,
Because
so great.
literally, I even on my laptop, I have 3 active instances of Orca Slicer open at minimum. Because if I'm printing on
Let's
a
see.
C1 or an XL or a C2, I need to like switch between them.
I
I'm
have
not
5 of
wanting to like close and
Prusaslicer and 3 of
reopen.
Orca open right now.
Yeah, tabs will save so much time.
Yeah, tabs would be a big thing. And they're claiming that this is just like the start and that there is so much more to this than just what we've seen. They're saying that this is a like generational leap in slicing. And so I'm excited for this. This is like back when I know this is going to date me a little bit. Back when Simplify 3D was good and they launched a new update, specifically the one with the clickable points for the support, how game changing that really was for the industry. Prusa is setting themselves up to do the exact same thing. And if they don't, I'll be pissed. Because honestly, they're hyping this, and I want to be hyped about it because Prusaslicer has been very good, but it has also been falling behind a little bit compared to Orca. A little bit. It's been falling behind a lot compared to
Okay, it's been
Orca.
falling. Yeah,
And
Orca has been the number one for probably the
yeah,
last 2 to 3
so
years.
if Prusaslicer does not integrate the test models, if they don't integrate the, you know, all the testing things that Orca has, I'm gonna be pissed. And it does look like there's going to be a UI overhaul as well for Prusaslicer 3.0. So,
Oh,
um,
much needed.
well, it could be good, it could be bad. Chris Catlett in our Discord was joking that I'm going to now have to learn where everything is again. So that's
Screw
okay.
it. It has to happen.
It
You can't
does. It
stay at
has to
Windows
happen.
98
Yeah.
for 3 decades. Thank you, CNC machines, for making that a normal thing to do. Staying at both Windows XP or Windows 98 or Windows ME,
I'm
because it's
stuck
the
on
only
Windows
piece of
10 right
software
now.
that works.
Like,
Why?
I
Oh
can't.
no, I
I
know why.
Yeah. My
You've got
my
1080.
something's wrong. No, no. The editing PC is on Windows 11. I can't update my BIOS because I can't get into my BIOS. We don't know why, but
Because you need secure boot.
I've tried. I've tried to get into the BIOS of my computer. It refuses to go into the BIOS. And because I can't update the BIOS, I can't get TPM. My BIOS is so old that it doesn't have TPM enabled, but to enable it, I have to get into the BIOS to do it so I can go to Windows 11. So I can't go to Windows 11 right now. What I need to do is just basically just completely clean my computer. But I'm not there yet. We've been gone for a few weeks. I will deal with it,
Yeah.
eventually. But right now, it's not
Southspark
that big of a deal.
asking, is Soft Fever the official GitHub for Orc Slicer? Yes, it
Yes.
is. Even now I do not like giving I think it's Orca. I'm actually going to double check this. So what I was going to say was I think it's orca-slicer.com. However, it might
Yeah,
not be.
someone has a close
There's
one to it.
3 people out there that have Orca Slicer web pages that aren't official Orca Slicer ones. So the official website is orcaslicer.com. No spaces, no hyphens, no nothing. That is the official web page. And that is, I believe,
Everybody telling me
hosted
to
by.
plug my keyboard in and put my computer or put my monitors on the motherboard. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work. The computer refuses to go into the BIOS. We've been through this. I've shown it live. It refuses to go into the BIOS. We've tried. It doesn't work. No matter where we plug in the monitors, it doesn't work. We've tried this. I'm sorry. I don't know why. But to be clear, my SSD is on its last legs as well. So this could have something to do with the SSD dying and that it's not booting into the BIOS. I don't know. I don't care to deal with it at the moment. It's not that big of a deal to me. But yeah, fun times. Then someone saying about a jumper on the motherboard. I'm not doing that. I'm just not. Figure it out. It's not that big of a deal to me right now. I don't care enough to do it. I need my computer online more than I need it to be upgraded to Windows 11. So, John Stern says that the SD should not have anything to do with it. I agree, but it fails to boot quite a few times in a row because the SSD is failing. And I have a new one. I just have to move everything over. There's a whole thing with this. Don't worry about it. If you're in our Discord, you'll know the SSD is already cloned. I'm already working on this. It's one thing at a time. Anyways. So yeah, I think for me, I'm most excited about Prusaslicer 3.0 more than I am about the open print tag. Open print tag is nice. I think we will start to adopt it here for our inventory. And I think it will push me more to use refill spools than anything else. It's like right now, we don't use a lot of refill spools. And I have trash bags full of spools. But it's the right time of the year. I can finally start to give them away again on Facebook Marketplace for people to roll up their holiday lights and extension cords and crap like that. So I will get rid of at least 3 of the 5 garbage bags of spools that I have. The cardboard ones we just toss. I do prefer cardboard rolls where I can, but yeah. Titan 3D MFG says, I can honestly see Prusa becoming the next Simplified 3D unless Prusa comes down massively in price on machines. You don't understand their target market. It's fine.
Like,
Prusa's up 20% year over year, which is a huge deal. And, like...
I mean, Simplified 3D only stopped being good because they stopped doing anything.
They stopped giving a shit.
They just stopped doing it. Like... Prusa could triple their cost, and they'd still be better than Simplified 3D.
Prusa's the next BlackBerry. Like, guys, I get it. If you are out there wanting a $500 machine, you're never going to get it from Prusa. I'm sorry, this might come as a bit of a surprise to you, but manufacturing is more expensive everywhere other than China. And we were just in China. Manufacturing is really cheap, and the deals that are being given to manufacturers right now are insane. Absolutely insane deals. Like, multiple companies that we visited did not pay for the 6+ story buildings they were in. Okay? The entire factory that they own, they didn't pay for. Okay? That alone is a $15-20 million investment anywhere else in the world.
Oh, easy.
So if you are expecting...
You've seen my factory. My factory is 1,200 square feet.
Yep.
If I bought that, that's £1 million.
If you are expecting bamboo prices out of Prusa, sorry, you're not going to get it. You're simply not going to get it. And look, to be clear, the manufacturing in China, when we arrived in China, it was obvious to me why China is the manufacturing powerhouse. We walked out of the airport, which, by the way, pretty darn easy to get around that airport, even as a foreigner. We walked out of the airport, and I'm a car guy. I love cars. I recognized basically none of the brands. BYD, I know because it's BYD. Actually, they set a world record recently for the fastest electric vehicle. That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
But like BYD, build your dreams is what it stands for.
Yep.
But all the other cars I barely recognized because China manufactures their own damn cars. John S. said, which airport? We flew into Pudong, so Shanghai Pudong. They want us to go into Shanghai Hongqiao, but it was like $800 more a ticket for us to do it. And damn it, we didn't know because we stayed right by Hongqiao. In fact, we stayed. I still have the card for it. The Hasfei Mansion. This is their room key for the hotel. It is an actual piece of wood. And it is an RFID. Well, it's not even a room key. It's the elevator key because the rooms all use codes. Yeah, these are like the dopest.
I'm glad you kept yours because I kept mine as well. I did not let go of that.
I'm like, I'm keeping this thing. And I'll be curious to see if the code to the door works the next time we're in China. I don't know if they change the codes. I'll be curious to see if they do.
I noticed the first 3 letters of the code are the room number, but then the last 3 were just random.
Mine aren't.
So I'm like,
I was in room 217. The first 3 of mine were 381.
Oh, mine was 211 because I was in room 211. So it was 211. And then it was like 861.
Nonetheless, as Amber says, it is a very nuanced conversation, which we will get to, but you guys want it at the end, so you'll have to wait. Which, by the way, don't forget to like and subscribe. Almost 200 people here watching, 73 likes, so you can pump those numbers up, because that is basically the end of what Prusa had. And again, I have a delivery thing from DHL that says soon TM for 4 boxes from Prusa. I have no clue what's in those boxes. It's funny, I had the shipping notification before Prusa went public about everything. I'm so bummed we couldn't make it to Prague. That would have been so cool. But my God,
great.
We would
logistically it would have been dangerous. Now, bearing in mind, Now I'm gonna touch onto the Chinese side just to say this little bit of the story. I won't get there because you guys have to wait. But to put in perspective, me and Grant were pushing our bodies so hard to do China that we both came down ill.
Yeah, we both got sick.
And I ended up in A&E, and then I had 2 army medics. Hospital. Yeah, it's the hospital emergency department. I had 2 army medics and a doctor and Amber turning around to me, basically telling me, I've imploded my entire body, and this is the reason why I'm almost dying.
Yeah, but Mama didn't raise no bitch, and that's why you're here on the podcast.
No, we got the job done. We got the job done. I really hope those 2 army medics aren't watching this right now, because they literally last night said, no matter what I do today, damn right. But no, they literally turned around and they said, like, do not leave your bed. Do not leave your... Somebody just sent me a message saying, remember my antibiotics, and it is time for my antibiotics, so...
Duck 3D is asking an interesting question. Do you think a lot of people who went to Prague expected to see Index? I expected to see Index.
I expected to see Index.
What I was told by the man himself was that this was not going to be the new machine. So something has happened with Index that they've had to delay it. So I'm assuming now that Formnext is going to be the Index announcement.
It has to be. It just straight up has to be.
Yeah. So, and it's funny because Bondtech is still like, oh, we're not putting Index on a Prusa. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Olaf. It's on Prusa's blog post that an Index update is coming. Okay? That's confirmation. Suck it, Olaf. But yes, I got fooled. Oh. Hell, I got fooled with Prusa being at Bondtech. I'm like, oh, cool. They invited industry people here to see it. No, they invited Prusa there to work deals. Come on. But yes, Index will be at Formnext. Bondtech will be at Formnext. Prusa will be at Formnext, and I hope to all things holy that we will be at Formnext. We have most of it covered right now, but we need more on top. So we have to get more sponsors to make it there. If we can make it there, we will do a live show at Formnext. And we will do it with whoever the title sponsor is. So companies that we have reached out to, you have an opportunity to have, there's 194 people watching right now that are all pretty decently your target audience. Just saying. Just saying. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Also, just because it's mandatory, because I fucked up. Thank you, Rosie, for telling me to take my antibiotics. Otherwise, I would have actually forgotten again. There we go. That's the mandatory. Somebody reminded me to take my antibiotics, and they get a shout out for it because I'm so bad at this.
Titan 3D MFG says Index was the most exciting multi-tool announcement. Multi-tool system coming. I really hope for high flow rate variations in the near future. Gotta love 1,000 millimeter plus part that could use Index. I agree. And like literally, we were talking to the creative makers yesterday, and Richard Horn. Does that name ring a bell to you, Richard Horn?
No, this is names. No, no.
Damn
In all
kids and their
fairness,
rock and roll. Richard Horn is one of the names in RepRap. His online name is RichRap 3D.
oh him.
Yes, Richard Horn, one of the godfathers of 3D printing. I got to hang out with him for like 2 hours yesterday. It was 3 hours yesterday. It was awesome. He was a lot of fun, and I hope to have him on as a guest soon for the show. He is one of the godfathers of 3D printing. He's Richard Horn is the inventor of the master spool. It is his idea.
That's metal, or should I say that's cardboard?
He wants it to be metal. In fact, he was heavily supporting a metal spool option. We were talking about, you know, whose spools to use, but even he's like, dude, the Index is pretty damn cool. Like, and that tells you the value of what this tech is coming out in the industry right now. Although he says that his big hope for FDM right now is more access to engineering class materials. And I have to agree.
Yes, like I want to see PPS be like the de facto what most companies are aiming to do, because it's poor man's peak. Like, it's poor man's peak. Like, do it. Do it now.
Poverty peak,
It's
if you
good.
will. That's what the
Poverty
PP and
peak.
PPS stands for. It's poverty peak.
That's awful.
But, you know, a few days before Prusa released their machine, Jacob decided that he was going to drop some pretty heavy goodness on the people of the world with, I even have the flyer here, the Construct 2 machine from Construct 3D. Let me go ahead and read through the specs here for the folks. I'm going to get nice and close to the microphone so you guys get this right in your ear holes here. The build volume of 340 by 390 by 400 millimeters, volumetric flow rate of over 100 cubic millimeters per second, movement speed at 600 millimeters per second, max nozzle temp at 320, but I think they could do better than that. Max bed temp of 120, heated chamber for 50C. It takes 5 minutes, 60C for 10 minutes, and 70C for 30 minutes. The bed is 6 millimeter tool plate aluminum, and the build plate is a reusable, textured, and smooth PEI. 1200 watt max power draw with 350 watt average power draw. Connectivity of 2.4 gigahertz, 5 gigahertz Ethernet, and of course the secure air gap. And it's a modern printer. You know it's got vibration compensation with up to 8 kilograms of throughput per day, people. And that is not some bullshit numbers of like, oh, we're running PLA at 300C to get 8 kilos a day. No, they're running PLA at reasonable numbers to get that flow. Same thing with ABS. They're not running ABS at 320. They're running ABS at what, like 260, 280?
It depends on the brand,
That's
because we
fair.
do it on. So when we do our
The
testing,
one
we will
literally
actually
on the
look at the
sheet, Jacob.
recommended
What
temperature.
was the temp of the one on the sheet?
Oh, that was 3DQF ABS. It was technically ABS plus, and we were running 265 on that one because that was like the recommended temperature range. We got very similar results with eSun ABS Pro, and that was able to do 94 cubic millimeters per second, and that was actually running at 270 degrees.
94 cubic
But
millimeters. That's for
ironically,
peasants.
what we were finding isn't that it's the material is the limit, it's the material filler is the limit
it's the filler
of
and the
speed,
color.
because it's taking too much heat out of the nozzle to keep up with the melt rate.
Yep. Very common problem.
Yep. We have
Very, very common
saturated
problem.
a legitimate 100-watt heater. We cannot melt more with more power because it's physically impossible. We are sapping not the heat block of its heat, the actual wall of the inner nozzle is being saturated so heavily, it's dropping by 15 degrees when you push it to absolute max.
Yep.
Because speed.
And I am hoping that we can look at getting more materials certified with Construct 3D. And if you are interested in getting your materials certified for their machines, you can reach out to them, construct-3d.com. But John Stern has the real question here. For U.S. sales, do you have to swap out the beds for aluminum?
No. No.
But aluminium and aluminum aren't the same. They're not even spelled the same. So do you have to swap it out for aluminum?
No. You're actually going to get something special. You get a special alloy.
Which is?
Can't tell you.
Because if it's aluminium, I think there's an extra Li in there. So what is this? Aluminum with lithium in it? Like, I mean...
Oh, that would be cool. Like, yeah, when it heats up too much, it just combusts.
It just catches fire. Yeah. Auto-igniting heat beds. It's the newest Bamboo A1.
You say that. So I'm planning the actual like video advert for Construct 2. And one of the things that we're going to show off for the flame resistance and the flammability testing is we're going to set the printer on fire. We are going to just like throw in a load of isopropyl alcohol and like petrol on the inside of the printer and light it on fire and close the doors. And we're going to film it. And then we're going to show how
Prusa
either gets a bit of damage and gets back up and running and printing, or just continues printing.
Prusa already took a flamethrower to one of their printers. So...
Well, we've already done that, but it was so boring, we didn't publicize it.
I don't know if you saw the video that they did. It's kind of ridiculous. Yeah. I am likely going to reproduce it because I'm an asshole.
Do you want to know how boring my one was? So we took glow plugs to like touch over the surfaces.
Diesel trucks, yep.
Because that's literally how you do flammability testing. You hold a glow plug at maximum temperature, and then you get it to ignite, and you pull the glow plug away, and if it drips, you fail. And if it catches fire, you fail. It has to extinguish within a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
It's all about V0. We did it on the C1 to start with, and it did nothing. It was so boring. It did nothing. Like, nothing burned. And like, I was really hoping for something that we could like film and be like, this is really cool. But you know what's really not cool? When a safety system works. And it worked.
Yeah. And that's
like,
the
we
deal.
turned off the safeties to the bed. We directly plugged in an AC powered bed to the mains. No printer motherboard in the loop. We just took the two leads and plugged them directly in. Nothing happened. Nothing.
I'm just saying, there's a sale that is occurring for 1 week from this stream. So the stream date is the 2nd of November, 2025. This sale will go through the 9th of November, 2025, Eastern Standard Time. And so traditionally, the machine is 14,950 pounds, but it's the same
and
in
dollars.
US. Yeah,
it's doing
14,950 anywhere in the world. So can I pay you in Hungarian forint?
No. No.
Remember
when
when
it
we did
becomes
that?
stupid money,
Remember
when it becomes
when we
stupid
did
money,
that?
you will get universal payment.
Okay, this is an inside joke because when we were hanging out with Construct 3D after Smurf last year, we needed to buy tickets to go home, as we didn't do that because it's cheaper to buy them when you're a little bit closer to the return date. And I found out that on the particular airline that we were looking at flying, if you paid in Hungarian forint, it is unreasonably cheaper. And that's always been the joke of it's Hungarian forint. Don't worry about it. It's Hungarian forint. So can I pay you in 14,950 Hungarian forint?
No, you cannot. You can either pay in dollars if you're in America or pounds if you're
I will
in
pay you
England.
14,950 Hungarian forint because that is $43 or $44.43
You
US.
know what you'll get for that? You will get a picture in the post showing up. And I'm not even shipping it overseas. No, I'm going to get a local printing service to post you a
Oh,
picture.
foreign. Excuse me. Foreign. I'm American. You're lucky that I even know close. I used all the right letters. They were just in the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I look, I couldn't tell you where Hungary is on the map. Let alone how to say their currency right. So I'm actually proud of myself that I have all the letters correct in that. Did Google correct me? Yep, foreign. It did. It corrected me. Yep. Anyways. So the machine, $14,950 for 1 week from today only. That will include the lights out production unit. The lights out production unit is normally an extra 2,000 monies. It's normally an extra 2,000 monies on top of the cost of the machine. If you want a standalone machine without the lights out production unit, it is $12,950. So that is for 1 week only on this podcast. We just saved you all $2,000. If you want to pick up a Construct 2, you can do that via the links in the description down below. There's a £1,000 fully refundable deposit to get your place in line, and that will lock in your price. Yep. Just saying, you have 1 week.
It's worth putting it in now. Even if like you do not plan to being able to pay it straight away, locking you in now and just having that deposit in place guarantees that you will have a slot whenever you are able to do it, because we are rapidly running out of factory capacity.
It's a good problem to have.
Launch. It's a very good problem to have. I am bricking it just a little bit because too much success too quickly, very scary. So there's £1,000 deposit or $1,000. I don't bloody care. It just locks your place in the production queue, and then you can go. You can get your machine made whenever you need it to be. It's just we are having to limit maximum amount of sales now because it's getting.
Doug better watch out because someone said BRB selling my kidney, so I decided to look it up. How much a kidney is worth? How
much is a kidney?
What do you think?
$3,000.
So the buyer of the kidney pays between $50,000 and $120,000. This according to the AI overview, so work with me on it. In high demand areas like the US, places have reported to reach as high as $160,000 to over $200,000. However, the majority of the money goes to middlemen and brokers. The person selling their kidney, typically from an impoverished region, often receives a disproportionately small amount, sometimes as little as $1,000 to $5,000. So, Doug, you better watch out. Coming for them kidneys, boy.
And then you can buy it.
Oh, I live in Florida. I am the middleman.
Like this launch has been very interesting for us. So it was an accelerated launch. So we were actually planning December 15th. And December 15th is when we were going to do a keynote launch. So I think NVIDIA style, where we were going to have
Prusa style. With the whole dome. The dome. Did you watch their keynote yet?
I've seen one picture of it, which is the one you sent me.
Real quick. They filmed 360 inside of the machine. So in the dome, you look around and you're on the build plate of the machine, and Joe's looking, opening the door of the printer and looking around in it.
That's kind of cool.
That's kind of freaking cool. Yeah.
Okay. Once again, Prusa takes my ideas first.
Sorry, bud.
I love how close we are fighting on pretty much the same ideas at all times. So yeah, we were going to be doing a keynote launch on the 15th of December to a closed panel at Warwick Manufacturing Group, where we were going to show off the machines. We had an opportunity land itself in front of us to launch it at Advanced Engineering, which was the smart decision. So we had to accelerate the launch pattern by 2 months to get it ready for launch, for ready for viewing, and it was worth it. So we've finalized the design entirely. We are planning production in February, so that's when the factory comes online, and we're getting final numbers for orders. But it's looking bigger than we expected, so we're gonna need to order more, and it's good. So we've got the lights out production unit now does have quick disconnect, so it can work standalone, it can work next to, it can work underneath. That's a really nice system. We've got a completely new UI being developed. So it does diverge ever so slightly away from the standard like mainsail-esque, duet-esque UI, just for usability, and the fact that we are developing an AMS style system, which we will be publishing open source for the community. Because at the moment, there is no AMS compatibility with RepRap firmware. There's no UI for it, and there needs to be. So we are developing that and we're pushing that out at the same time. And we've been able to get quite a lot of research data, which will be slowly published as it gets validated. So again, what we do is we do all the research and we get our own hard numbers, which is what you've now seen in the marketing material. But then we are giving it off to universities so they can do independent, scripted, unhandheld data collection. And that is what we will then be putting on the website. Because I don't like marketing bullshit. It's disingenuous. So whenever we say like, hey, we can do these numbers, you know that a university has signed their credibility to it
Yep.
to say this is not a company making up numbers. This is not just the number. Here is the research paper, because we will always publicize our research papers, and the methodology and repeatability steps for the entire thing. And yes, this printer does include flammability and general product safety testing because it has to, because it's a machine and machines catch fire. So you don't want it to catch fire. So you do the testing, because we do that. But there's so much that I could talk about. Like every
Can I
nut
clue them
involved
into some
has its
stuff where
story.
you came to me and asked my opinions on things?
Yeah, go on.
For the flyer. So this chart and all the data that I read to you guys is like Jacob and I spent 6 hours probably over the course of a few
easy.
different days going through this and really digging into the data. So like the volumetric flow, you've measured 101 cubic millimeters per second. So I said over 100 is the right answer. It is technically correct. And we argued back and forth over, is that disingenuous? I'm like, it's not disingenuous. It's actually true. Well, it feels like marketing bullshit. Well, it kind of is, but it needs to be, right? Because 101, nobody believes. Nobody believes specifically 101. Over 100 makes total sense. Yeah, okay, I can do over 100. We had discussed on the chart to put the materials, the brands, and the temperatures. And when we did all of that, it was way too busy. We decided, no, we'll go back to the throughput per day with the little line. And that worked out well, I think. Yeah, but we discussed so many different things about this to get it to look in a way that presented well from a marketing perspective, but was also not disingenuous. And, we've discussed this many times on the podcast.
Yep.
Of, clickbait versus sensational versus my definition of clickbait versus your definition of clickbait. And it's funny because we switched sides when we were looking at your marketing. You were like, no, it has to be rigid. I'm like, come on. Where when it was for my YouTube channel, you're the one saying, come on. I'm like, no, it has to be rigid. So it was very funny to see how the turntables, if you will. And yeah, I enjoyed that heavily. But this is the kind of thing that it takes. And I'm sure there are things we could have done better because, well, we're both utilitarians. We just form follows function. It doesn't matter. Look, an ideal 3D printer to me is a black or gray box. I don't care. It doesn't need to look pretty.
You're the reason my new design had to be a black monolith. I'm so annoyed. What's worse is I'm more annoyed that it looks kind of good.
I told you to do...
It actually looks sleek.
I don't know if you listen to me, but so this is what the front of the machine looks like, right? It is a monolith. But I had
That's actually the old design as well.
Well, so whatever. This is what I have, improved. Jacob.
I know, but the screen is improved for everyone noticing.
Oh yeah, it's not a really wide screen.
It's a really big screen now. Asymmetric as well. It's like it's got my flavor of asymmetry because I love asymmetric design.
It just makes me twitch a little bit. It's fine. But I said use like a matte black or like a semi-gloss black and then a gloss black as a accent color. So you still keep the sleek military, business class, but you get a little bit of, flashiness in there. And well, the base that it's on is now the Lights Out production unit. How long did it take us to come up with that name, by the way? I forget. It took us a while to come up with that name.
I've been thinking about it for at least 5 months, and then you were working on it for like a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden we were just like, it's this. And I was just like, it's that. It's gotta be that.
I wish
And it's
it
never
had a better
changed.
acronym than LOPU, because it doesn't work. The acronym of LOPU doesn't work, but Lights Out Production
It's
Unit, it's kind of
difficult
cool.
because you can't call it an AMS.
You could
You
call it an
can't call it a filament
LPU.
changer.
It could be an LPU since
Like,
Lights Out is a hyphen. Could be the
yeah, we could call
LPU.
it an LPU. Actually, it kind of sounds kind of nice, an LPU.
I don't mind it.
But then the thing that I actually wanted to get away from was saying like LPU unit,
Is
like
that
having the doubling.
is LPU you telling me that I'm stinky in Spanish?
Yeah. Yeah. But like the
Oh,
one of the
that'd be
biggest like
2PU, but whatever.
challenges was trying to figure out what to call it, because at the end of the day,
Oh my
it's a
god, I
filament
think
changer.
GP3 Designs. Oh no. He did it again. Continuous Production Unit CPU. Shit.
I actually kind of like that.
I like it too. So for those I think we have to hire him now for naming. He also now has renamed the food section of this podcast to Making Sawsome, which we are rapidly adopting that name, Making Sawsome. God bless. Why is that so good? Jacob, you might need to redo your
I might
branding
need to
on
redo
this.
the
You might
marketing and
need
everything.
is it on this flyer for LOPU?
No,
It
it
just says Lights
isn't.
Out Production. That's fine. That's
It
fine.
isn't.
All right, you're gonna have a meeting with the rest of the business tonight and discuss going over to. You're gonna have to probably compensate him for that, by the way.
He's not getting a free unit. That's the only thing I won't
No,
say.
I'm probably not getting a free unit.
Um,
I can't get one. No, neither can anybody else.
Depending on how many of people like decide to put their deposits down, there might be. But for now, no, because money is money, and I need money because money makes growth good, and growth good make more money, which means more
Yeah,
money
damn
to
it.
take
Continuous
grants out to do
production
cool
unit
things.
CPU.
I do like continuous
Oh,
production
that's
unit.
so
That's quite
good.
nice.
Material alternating feature, Matt AF. No, I kind of like continuous production unit being CPU.
I mean, for the
Although,
longest time, we did
honestly,
have Filament Changer UK as the name, like we were using internally.
well, wait a minute. So, oh, FC UK. Yeah, you're not going to get away with that.
Yeah.
CPU, while it's a great name, is actually really tough to market, because if you're telling people that they can spend an extra 2,000 to get the CPU, they're like, wait, am I buying a dumb printer? So, as good of a name as it is, I actually don't know from a marketing standpoint if it's any better. Oh my god, we have to find a way to make it be Kappa. The acronym has to spell Kappa.
Continuous unattended printer production
Accessory. It's
accessory.
Kappa. Continuous unattended printer production accessory. It's the Kappa. I'm writing that one down. That needs to happen.
Oh,
Uh, uh,
because like one of the biggest challenges we had with this unit was the printer prints so fast, we can't like legitimately sell it without having some form of way to keep it fed. Like unlike a bamboo lab with an AMS where you're really only doing it to make knickknacks and other things, the goal of whatever we call the unit at the end was to keep the machine fed, because at full blast it will use every single bay of filament within 24 hours.
oh, sorry,
It's
real
a
quick.
lot.
Lutter, Rob Lutter, continuous uptime production performance apparatus.
Oh, that's
I
quite
might change
nice.
apparatus for accessory. Continuous uptime production performance accessory. That's pretty good too. That's pretty good. I like continuous uptime. This is just gonna be like an
Uh,
internal joke, but I'm fine with that. Uh, and I'm gonna send
get the
them to your
copper with it.
mother, and your
There you
mother's
go.
gonna hate herself as she goes through these. Um,
Yep. Oh, but
but
I
does
like
it feel
finishing
good
the
to finally have this
C2
thing out in
has
the
been,
wild?
yeah, it does. Like it felt rushed because
Yeah,
I'm a perfectionist, and there was so much fear around the pricing or around the aesthetics because I don't like big black monoliths. But it's actually been really good. Like there's still like little things to figure out, but that's fine because we've got time. We're not starting production until February. And it's just like little things like, oh, this door handle is slightly hard to align, or like this side panel in production took a little bit longer to powder coat. Like little like niggly bits that
yeah.
honestly most companies wouldn't even consider
It's
as problems. They
always,
just push it forward.
dude. For people that don't like know about getting something to market, you will spend 90% of your time on the last 10%. And because you've been around this machine the entire time, you are such a like perfectionist about it.
Yep.
And I'm over here telling Jacob, ship it, ship it, ship it, ship it, ship it, ship it. Look, for those of you that don't think that you can ship an 80% product, I give you GD Tech. I give you Apple. And you might say, whoa, Grant, hold on. Apple? I want you to go look at Apple's first logo and tell me they had any idea of what it was they were doing. I give you any of the social media websites. Facebook. Go look at Facebook's first website and go look at what Facebook was originally for and tell me they had any idea that they would be Meta. Right? Prusa XL. Great. Phenomenal. Although I'd probably say that was closer to 70% than 80%, but whatever. Um, it's better now than it was when I got mine. When I got mine, it needed a lot of work. Um, I cup in no, no, because damn it, Nathan C. Potts. I almost read that out. Because it's ICUP.
You have to
uh,
pay for that.
Yeah, got him. Yeah, Apple's first logo had Isaac Newton in it, and if you think they understood who they were, what they did, you're wrong.
They don't.
Apple still doesn't, and any good company looks at their logo and their branding and says, "We must assume we have no idea what we're doing," and that's fair. You must always assume you have no idea what you're doing. That's fine, but I think it's good to bring in outsiders. So Jacob brought me in. When did you officially bring me in as like a consultant for C2? Was it like 6 months ago?
I think so.
If not longer. I guess
Because like
technically it was probably
when was
a
I
year
brought
ago.
you on? What was it? I know like you definitely got more involved around the extruder design phase
Yes.
because we were doing so much development around extruder design. It was pain. Like we to put in perspective, so the end goal of what we have at the moment is an LGX Pro with a custom metal 3D printed hard mount adapter to a slightly modified Phaetus Dragon Ace version with extra melt chamber length. It's a very neat design. We were getting custom motherboards made, custom toolboards made, we had custom wires made, we had an entirely new design for the Hemera, because we originally started with Hemera, as we did, because we are used to Hemeras. We had a custom heatsink made for Hemera, which have never seen the light of day because it was stupidly over-engineered. Then we went to
Wow,
the
Jacob
Roto.
over engineering something. Who would have ever thought that?
Well, we then went to the Roto, and I
It
realized how
doesn't have the
nice the
balls
Roto was, but it doesn't have enough throughput capability. Like the Roto's great
because it's
for a
lightweight.
featherweight
Yeah.
The problem actually wasn't the Roto. It was that the Roto wasn't designed for the rest of the E3D ecosystem from what we found. The
Mm.
heat breaks that you could buy separately, because we weren't going to use Roto
Yeah, you
nozzles.
weren't going to use
There's not
Revo or
enough flow
Roto
rate.
stuff. Yeah.
We couldn't use them. So we were putting titanium heat breaks in to a custom adapter again, so then we could get the hard mount to go to whatever nozzle design we settled on. And the tolerances were so close, though I would argue were too close, in the nozzle that the gears of the extruder would rub against the heat throat, and it would jam the system if you ever tried to push it past 20 cubic millimeters per second, no matter what you did. Also, the motor, little bit anemic for what we needed. So we were getting like a custom motor made. Like I literally have 4 custom Moons motors for the Roto, just so we could have it at higher temperature and higher performance. And it got to this stage where we replaced the 3D printed heatsink of the Roto with a custom machined one, a custom motor, a custom feed inlet, a custom like sensing system, a custom motherboard, and then we're like, we've just made our own extruder at this stage. This is stupid. We can't do this. Like, this is a lot of expense and a lot of like failure points just to eke out 20% more performance. Let's change tact. So we went back to Hemera. Hemera was okay, but again, we were making custom heat sinks and
Yep.
custom motherboards and all that. So it went away from that, and we settled on the LGX, which was perfectly timed for our trip to Sweden. So when we went to Sweden, I got my hands on it. I'm like,
That
ooh,
was April.
now.
For those that don't, that's April, right? April or May.
Yeah.
So you are making serious design changes through April.
Yeah. And that was brilliant. Like,
yeah,
being in contact with Nerman and talking to all the other guys on the engineering floor about how they make their motors and how like their quality control is done, but also the engineering support where I can go to them being like, hey, I need this. I'm not going to say the name of it because it's private, but this esoteric piece of information about your motor extruder setup so I can see if it's right fit for the purpose of what I'm doing. And then they gave me it. They gave me all of it. I have reels of Excel documents of motor temperature to power conversions to torque amounts. I've seen things that you're like, oh, they really should be publicizing that because that's really hot. And they don't do it. And even that isn't the entire story of what we ended up settling on, because what we're working on is a custom flow rate sensing filament sensor for the top of an LGX extruder, so we could get flow rate and presence sensing that fits inside the form factor of the LGX. It replaces the front plate of the LGX with a filament sensor, which took way too much money to make for our first 5 prototypes. It cost 65 quid of development money per prototype.
And that's too
Where
much.
if we did this at scale, this would be like 15 pence. Like that's the expense. Like we have
one-off units are so expensive. We had someone reach out to us to do a one-off part for them. Like, well, I can buy a similar one for like $3. I'm like, my cost is over 50 in time, in like man time plus materials. Why can't I get it for less? Because you only want one. If you want 1,000, we can certainly discuss pricing, but you're not going to get to $3 or $4 a piece. It's not happening.
I had to buy an entire cassette of pick and place pogo pin filament sensor like diodes, just because you cannot buy one. And I'm not talking like, oh, it's a little pogo pin on a thing. Like, no, this is a 4-pin pogo pin assembly on a tiny little package that's no bigger than 3 millimeters by 3 millimeters that has an analog sensor built into it, all in one tiny package, just to see if there's filament there or not.
Yep.
And then I am now putting a Hall effect sensor so I can feel rotation of a ball bearing. Like, it's a stupid level of design. And then that's being attached to a flexible PCB. So then I can actually double back the entire PCB to fold it inside a 3 millimeter volume so I can get filament sensing. It's stupid. It's so stupid, and it's gorgeous because it means it's now a drop-in upgrade to the LGX, so you get flow rate sensing. Oh, also, one of the things we're probably going to end up doing is we're going to be remanufacturing an LGX. Like, the LGX metal is brilliant, but it has one drawback with the input. And the LGX Pro is brilliant, but it has one drawback, which is it's sintered. And sintering does not have very good tolerances on very sharp corners because it's sintered. So we are probably going to part remanufacture an LGX Pro to be a metal front plate on a sintered back plate so we can have the tightest tolerances possible, because the LGX Pro is so damn good, it will foil filament inside its own feed chamber.
You always want your extruders to be better than your filament. I've got some extruders that are the next extruder has had some issues with grip recently. I don't know how we're going to deal with it, but there are some community mods for it that make it better. But you know,
yeah, the LGX has no issue with grip.
No, it doesn't.
It has
It definitely
so
doesn't.
much grip.
But I'll tell you, I've seen C2 in person, not the most recent one, obviously, because we haven't been out there. We were kind of trying to go out there after Shanghai, but yeah, it started to get so logistically complicated that we're like, no, we can't. We'll have to come out another time.
I was like, as much as it would be nice to get Grant to make a video to help the launch, I couldn't justify his waste of time just to see a printer once. It wasn't worth it.
Well, and we're trying to get out for Form Next. So in theory, if we came out a day or two early, went to the UK first, and then we all went to Form Next together, we could do the filming then. But we haven't gotten to that point yet. Certainly not. But yeah, if you guys do want to...
bear in mind, we're also getting a custom motherboard made for the Toolhead.
I'm not surprised.
That's not easy. That's not easy. So we're making probably the world's smallest toolboard at this stage that can still pump 100 watts into the heater and run the motor at full capacity, 100 cubic millimeters per second, with all the temperature requirements and everything, and accelerometers, possibly even a Hall effect sensor, so we could do motor skip detection on the board, not in the motor. Because again, I hate myself and I'm overcomplicating.
There's
everything.
No need. There just isn't. Like, and this is something where the business side of me is like, Jacob, stop. You're spending all this money for things your customers won't even care about, won't even know exists, and they will still, excuse me, will still have a phenomenal experience no matter what. And like, this is important for anybody with a business. If you have a business that is actively producing products, you need to have somebody, whether they're on your team, they're on a consultancy for you, or they're a friend or a family member, that plays a good devil's advocate. You don't just want someone that's going to be an asshole to be an asshole. You want someone who can play a good devil's advocate. Man
either.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No, dude. Yes, people are truly the death to business. Any business that is full of yes people is dying, and they don't realize it because they're used to just people doing everything the way they tell them to. And we tell our team all the time, assume I'm wrong. Assume I am wrong. Let me prove to you I'm right. But there will be times where I say, no, we're going to go ahead and do it my way. I understand it might not be the correct way, but I need it to be done my way for this reason. We can look to implement a different process in the future, but right now I need it my way. And it works out. We have our tiffs back and forth with staff, and things can get a little personal when people are often putting their own opinions into it, because we have a lot of feelings around our opinions. However, I think it's valuable to have team members as well as people on the outside that are willing to hold you accountable and say, hey, things can be different, things can be better. And I think you guys have done a good job so far with it.
It's been constant pain getting this printer to the quality that we determine, but it's also been worth it entirely. Like, I would say like half the development time was always the print head, because that's really the quality thing. We do have custom motors now, like dedicated custom motors for us. That's current excessive. Ones, well, the current one, well, no, you've not heard excessive yet, because the ones on the one that was at the trade show are silver core. They're not copper cord, they're silver core wires.
Jacob, there's no reason.
There is a reason.
No, there isn't. As Rex82 says, stop it, man. Stop it, man.
No, there is a
Stop
reason.
it. Get some help.
More power.
Stop
so
it.
We're putting in 4.8 amps.
Stop it.
Of
Get
power
some help.
into NEMA 17 motors. They are thermally fine because they have the right thermal insulation class. we can keep bumping them. In theory, we can bump them up to 6.5 amps. And the reason being is they're silver, because silver has a lower inductance,
But
has a
that's
lower
so
back
much more
EMF,
expensive than
and it
copper.
produces slightly less heat because it's got a lower internal resistance. So silver core motors. Now we probably won't go to final production with them. We are
No.
talking with Moons and LDO about like which motors that could maybe be custom made, maybe not custom made, maybe off the shelf that fit the performance profile we need. But it is a thing
Not
that we're
necessary. You're
investigating.
correct. It is not
So
necessary.
to also put in perspective, at the show, at the end of every show, before we turn the machine off for the night, we had people come over and they were like actually questioning, like, why did we only rate the printer at 600 millimeters per second? And I tell them, like, hey, we rate at what we can guarantee we can provide, no
Forever.
matter what condition the machine is,
Yep.
forever. It's why the nozzle's only rated for 320 degrees, even though it's designed to hit 550 and the heater maxes out at 400. It's because we can guarantee full performance at 320.
And
So
this is
we
what I was
turned the
telling you guys
safety off.
earlier, right? And I want to say, because I'm not a representative of the company, and look, there are so many companies out there that will just feed you bullshit, that will feed you bullshit numbers, and they'll use their travel speeds for their print speeds. Oh yeah, our machines can move up to 600 millimeters per second, and people automatically assume that means that they can print that fast. I personally, Grant of 3D Musketeers, have gone through all the marketing for Construct 3D and verified it to make sure that it is free of bullshit. And in fact, there have been times where I'm like, this is too technical. We need to dumb this down a little bit. And there are not many companies out there that will put their marketing in front of somebody who is not just like, I'm a professional in the industry, but I'm also a content creator, right? Where we look at printers all the time. I have looked at printers whose numbers are very obviously full of crap. Full of crap. And I'm looking at those companies. I know who they are. You all know who they are. We all know who they are, right? Construct 3D is not one of them. They're not. And if they ever become that, so help me God, it's a cheap flight and I know where he lives.
He does.
Been to your house.
You'll be getting good food either way.
It's true. Get me some of that
But like,
lemon
so,
drizzle cake.
you know what? You know what we did at the end of every day of the trade show, because there was people there, and I was like, you know what? I like the performance of this, and they were questioning like, why did we only rate 600? So I turned the safety limiters off.
Just see how fast you can go.
No, I know how fast it can go. They didn't. So I was like, okay, you want to see what this machine's actually capable of? Again, no bullshit. I'm doing it in front of them live. So I turned the safety limiters off and I gave them the laptop, which could send the G-code commands. And I was like, okay, type in this line, which was just G1, X20, Y20, move it into the back corner, and then again, X300, Y300 to move it in the back right corner. And I was like, the F number is in millimeters per minute. Add whatever number you want to see validated. So they were like, oh, I'm going to do 300 just to start with. Bear in mind, I should say the accelerations, because again, accelerations are important. We were running 20,000 accelerations with a jerk value of 30 millimeters per second. So it wasn't just accelerating fast. The instantaneous acceleration was
That's a lot of
speed.
jerk. Normally, printers
It's a
will run
lot
like
of
between
jerk.
5 and 9. 12 is
Yeah.
generally quite high. 30 jerk? Brother, they're making songs about you being a jerk at that much jerk.
The machine sounds like a machine gun at that because
Yeah.
everything slaps. And again,
Yeah,
we've done
dog,
CT
your
scanning
printer
at these speeds.
slaps. Right? Is that
So we know we can
is
do
that
those
what the
tolerances.
kids say? I think.
I
That's
have
what
no
the
idea.
kids say. Or am I
But-
supposed to say 6'7"? I don't even know what that means, but I'm gonna say
I don't
it.
know what 6'7" is. I think I'm out of touch. I will be Googling it afterwards because it's a meme
Damn it,
now.
them kids in their rock and roll. Ooh.
But yeah, so I gave them the laptop. I gave them the laptop with the numbers. They could just type whatever they wanted. They started with 300 millimeters per second. And they were like, oh, that's pretty fast. I was like, no, we rate it for 600. Double the number. So they went to 600. They're like, "Ooh, I've never seen an industrial machine move that fast before." I'm like, "Yeah,
Keep
but that's
going.
just because industrial machines suck." Up, put it in. They went 800, and they're like, "Oh, that's pretty fast." And it's like doing that.
I'm
They went
sorry, our chat's filled with
900,
degenerates. I am
and it went that
so
way.
I'm so distracted right now.
They went to meter per second, and they're like, "Did you just do 1,000 millimeters per second?" I'm like, "Yep, we just did 1,000 millimeters per second. It does that normally. Go higher, keep going." So they went 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,600, 1,800. They chickened out at 2 meters per second.
I've done
I
2
know
meters per
for a
second.
fact we can do 2.2 meters per second with these silver core motors.
The only machine that I can do that on is my Magneto X. It's the only machine that I can do those speeds on. No other machine in our shop can handle it. I've tried. No other machine can handle it. They'll lose position. They'll get screwed up. The Magneto X doesn't give a damn. That machine doesn't care. You eventually you run out of stepper driver before you run out of motor
Yep.
on the Mag X. But our chat is just full of degenerates. Scotty Almond Joy saying jerk chicken is so good now I want Jamaican food, brother. Same. Tiber, I'm saying straight jerking it, and by it I mean my G code. And then Diometa saying I look like a tomato because I'm laughing. I'm laughing. Speed Freak says Jacob's brain is in 2030, so first we need to create a time machine to maybe understand what he's talking about, just maybe. Ashley Williams is asking, did the Magneto X ever get released? I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
but
Do you want it? Nah.
no,
They need to develop the software stack more.
no, they need to.
That's the own.
They
That's really
need
the
their
big thing.
hardware. They need their drivers figured out.
Yeah.
The Mag X is the Mag
The
X
Mag
to
X
me.
could be the big next thing.
It could be, and it should have been. But
I mean,
Piopoly
I
seems to have
wasted
just
a year
kind of abandoned
working
it.
on trying to get linear drivers working. I wasted a year.
I can
doing
get you
linear
some
drivers.
from Magneto.
Well, the problem is the Magneto ones are just
They're heavy.
they're heavy. They're all right, but the problem is that software stack sucks.
You know the fun problem you run into with the Mag X? If you
Go
have
on.
pacemakers or implanted medical devices,
Oh,
you have
yeah,
to be very
yeah,
careful how close you can get. And so you won't pass your safety testing that you do.
No,
Yeah.
we literally spoke with Igus to talk about like, hey, linear motors and all this, and they just turned around to me and went like, yeah, you're not getting a Type 2 rating if you put a linear motor in. You're getting a Type 1 rating.
Yep.
A Type 1 rating means you can't be anywhere around people, really. Like, that's heavy industrial equipment as a Type 1 rating. We normally like to aim for medical grade ratings,
Yeah.
because then we can guarantee it ain't going to turn someone's pacemaker off. Grade 2 rating is home, so anyone at home can use it, which does include people with pacemakers. Grade 1 is heavy industrial, which is welders and plasma cutters and things that make your Wi-Fi turn off.
Like, don't get me wrong, I love my Magneto X, but I love it more as a development platform, similar to the E3D tool changer. It is really cool as a development platform. As a 3D printer, it's got a lot of room to grow. So,
Yep.
Speaking of room to grow, make sure you leave a like and grow those like numbers, and subscribe if you haven't. And join at the $10 tier and higher to get access to our private Discord server, where more or less as soon as the show is done, we'll be there hanging out. I'll be hanging out there until about 4 hours from now, when I go live with 1440 Makers. But, you know, some other things happened. We got together. We got the gang back together. The four of us, myself, Amber, Jacob, and his mom, Therese, we all went out to China, to Shanghai, and we got to see the Fibreseeker 3. We won a contest, hilariously. I don't ask a lot of questions, man. I was told that we won the contest to go ahead and get my visa and get out there, and we negotiated to get camera operators out there and things like that. We arrived.
This entire trip was so scuffed from weeks before
Oh
we even
God.
knew it was happening. So bear in mind,
We
for
had about a week and a
reference,
half to
'cause
plan it.
this will show up later in the story. But the
Yeah.
reason my voice doesn't even sound very good right now is I've only just regained my voice.
I'm only
Up
coughing
to,
from being sick too.
yeah, like building up to getting into China, I was already pulling 12-hour days for the launch of the C2. And then this got thrown on our plate where we were told, "Hey, you need to get a visa sorted in under a week." China visas take longer than a week.
They do. Uh,
In the UK, it takes 3 months.
we got very lucky with ours. Ours were done very quickly. I've never seen a Chinese visa before, so when I got mine, I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. So for those that haven't seen what a Chinese visa looks like, that's my Chinese visa. That is what it looks like. It's
Mine
a
looks
really, really
exactly
cool
the
thing.
same.
Huh?
Mine looks exactly the same.
Yeah, they look very similar. Chinese, so to go to China from most countries, you need a visa. We have business visas, so they're good for 10 years. For us, I think you have a 2-year visa. But your passport's going to expire anyway, so it's fine. But yeah, 10-year visa, so we can go back to China for the next 10 years without any issues. And we went there to go
Wait a minute. Wait. You said a thing out loud in the chat earlier. I'm now going through the chat. I'm pretty sure Nerman's in the chat because he just sent me a message. And I replied to him saying, "Oh, I got the joke." And then I was like,
yes,
"Wait,
Nerman's in the chat.
Nerman just messaged me with a
Nerman's in the
joke."
chat. He messaged me too. He didn't message me
Hi,
a
Nerman.
joke, but he messaged me something else.
Love
Nerman
you,
is in the
Nerman.
chat. Hi, Nerman.
Love you, Nerman.
So Diameta says, can I go to the HQ Bamboo? I can. We didn't. So we were in Shanghai. Shanghai is a few hours south, I believe, of Shenzhen, which is where a lot of the major manufacturers are. Shanghai, I want to put this in perspective. Shanghai is a city. It is a city with more people in it than the entire state of Florida. They have 25 million people in the city of Shanghai. There are 23 million people in Florida. This is perspective that it's not there. You can't get a few hours south of Shenzhen, so Shenzhen must be south then. I don't know. I
don't know.
it's China. I don't know where things are. I didn't even know where Shanghai was. I didn't even realize it was as easy as it was to get a flight there. We had one stop in Detroit. Kudos to Detroit, by the way. One, they have a train inside their airport. That's cool.
That's pretty
Two,
cool.
we had an hour and a half layover going back home. Okay. And when you first land in the States, you must go through customs. So for us to get to our next flight, we had to go get our bags, go through customs, recheck our bag, and then get to the gate for the next flight. We did it all within that hour and a half without any issues whatsoever. Kudos to DTW. You guys absolutely killed it. It was so good. It was a nice airport too, although there was way too much blue and corn in that airport, and there was not enough green and white. My dad's a Michigan State Spartan, so I am legally required to say those things as the son of a Spartan. But yeah, we did use the fast pass, which is Grant has a hard time walking, especially when he's been sitting for 15 hours. And so we did get through customs and all that a little bit faster than most people did, but we didn't see anybody running to their flights, and there
You're
were quite a
lucky
few
with
people.
that.
Huh?
Like, I've got POTS, so I'm allowed to go with the disabled line. The problem is, I'm young. So they look at me going like, "Oh, you're just saying it." I'm like,
that's what I have.
That is such a baller thing to pull out and be like, "I have this, let me through." You know what I have to do when I'm like, "I have this, let me through," is I have this. Look, my nails are slightly blue. Look, they're slightly blue.
I just
That
bring my
means I have
cane.
to-
Nobody. So I don't present as someone that has a disability anymore. I do a very good job of hiding it. So when we go through airport things, I always have my cane on me. And so that often helps. I had someone say, "Oh, you don't look like you're disabled." I'm like, I didn't know that was your business, but okay, fine, we can get into it. They're like, "No, no, no, it's fine." I said, "That's what I thought." Because the question they just basically asked me is a very illegal question. They questioned my disability, which is very not okay. That's an ADA thing. I let it go though, because I had just come off of a really awesome flight. And we flew Delta. It was my first time flying Delta, and you bet your sweet ass I got myself some trading cards, damn it. You bet your sweet ass I got some. Um, so in flying out of Detroit into China, we flew over Japan, which means that in the background is Mount Fuji.
That's such a baller thing to be
And
able to show.
so every time that we fly places, I always do my best to like track the route and figure out which side of the plane we want to be and where on the plane we want to be so we can get the best views possible. Like I want to be able to see things. It was pretty cool. Let me see. This is Nagasaki.
That is cool.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, there's a lot of history there. Obviously, the United States dropped a atomic weapon back in World War II. Kind of ridiculous. And this was the first photo that I took of Fibreseek, because if you go to their Kickstarter page or to their Facebook or to their website, whatever, it all looks fake. The photo of their building looks unreasonably fake.
It's so
not
perfect.
It's not. It's just really clean. Also, it'll load, but this is when we were driving out to Fibreseek. There's a Scara arm for the toll booths. The Scara arm takes a card. It's so cool. It's so, like, some of the technology that we saw while we were in China absolutely blew my mind. It blew my mind. Some of the technology that we saw when we were there. Fibreseek were also super cool. They did a custom banner for us. This was before Jacob even arrived. So something that we hadn't known, but as soon as they picked us up, we figured it out. We flew in on Friday. We had to do our tour on Friday to get ready for the live stream on Saturday. So everything happened very, very quickly for us. My assumption was that we were going to film with them like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and we were going to get the rest of Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to acclimate, right? That did not happen. We spent the rest of Friday, all of Saturday. Did we film on Sunday too?
No. I'll say my perspective, because my perspective was even more cursed than your perspective, because you actually went to the factory.
Yeah.
I landed.
Yeah, you guys got stuck in traffic.
At 6 p.m. We got on our taxi to go to Fibreseek. And by the time we got 3/4 of the way there, they were like, yeah, it's way too late now, because it was pitch black in the middle of rush hour-esque, like, just traffic everywhere. And they're like, you know what? We're just going to go for dinner. So we turned all the way back around to go to the hotel, had dinner with everyone, which was absolutely one of the most surreal experiences I've ever had. Even getting there was one of the most surreal experiences that I ever had, to the point where I am actually going to message Grant privately if he remembers something. Do you remember?
You're not Earth, Wind, and Fire. Don't even do that.
Taxi.
Okay, so who was it? Oh, Rob Lutter said, look up Chongqing sometime. Definitely want to go there. It's literally the Night City from Cyberpunk. We should not bring that up.
I was going to say absolutely that would be an amazing story, but we cannot.
You and I can discuss how we dodged security in the Shanghai World Financial Center at 11:30 at night, but we will not be discussing the thing that you sent to me. We will not be discussing that on air, sir.
So for everybody in reference,
I
landed we did this massive travel. We've spent 12 hours on a flight. Then we spent 3 hours in a taxi, turned around to go to the hotel, put all our bags away, and we went for dinner.
Yeah.
And dinner was amazing.
I've
So
got pictures of that.
I have not seen the factory yet. At all.
Jacob has seen nothing. Jacob has seen this.
I saw that. There, also, some of the best bloody food I've ever had.
So,
holy shit. Chinese quality food is so
real
damn
Chinese
good.
food is dope. Also, I want to put something up. This was the room that so Amber and I had a room, you and your mom had a room. This is the room at the Hasafe mansion. That room was $70 a night. It's like a 4-star hotel for $70 a night. Like, get the heck out of here. Also, Amber was very happy because Fibreseek happens to have a cat outside that just lives there. And it is the sweetest little bean that ever did exist. It is so adorable. We thought it was a girl,
so
then we
cute.
found out it was not a girl, it was a boy. It's an uncut boy, so it's kind of obvious when you looked. But yeah, after they took us out for food, and this is what a traditional kind of higher end Chinese meal looks like. This table has got to be 3 meters in diameter, about 9-10 feet in diameter.
Easy.
Hit my things. And there is it takes up at least 75% of the table, a huge glass Lazy Susan. And people and you're in private rooms. So everybody's in a private room. Every place that we went with them was like this. People, like the servers would just come in, put food on there. They'd spin it a little bit, put more food, spin it, put more food. And they were constantly, as we would whittle the dishes down, they would take the dishes back, transfer them to smaller plates, and then bring them back to put them on. It was a very, very, I'm going to use the word intimate, but not like a sexually intimate. It was a very
it was just
respectful meal and it's very funny because of course there's, we are there. So there's the 4 of us. There's Kid, Christine, Ryan was there. So was Tuan. Then there was a 5th person whose name escapes me. I think was it Ryan's significant other? I believe.
I don't know. I didn't ask.
There was a 5th person there whose name currently escapes me. But I think that was the one time that we saw her. I don't think we saw her again.
Yeah, we didn't see her again.
But so you're looking at 10 people around a table basically. And Kid is like trying to convince us to eat the really spicy food. I'm like, bring it to me. Come on, let's do it. Bring me spicy food. Let's go. She's like, oh, no, we'll start you off with this. She's like, okay, this is spicy. And I tried, I'm like, this is not spicy. It's not spicy.
I was skitzing every time we had a meal in China.
That it was going to be like
because
stupid spicy.
I was expecting like, I'm going to die. Like I am going to, it wasn't. Everything was in the way that I can say it. Actually, how would I put this for? So I do not like artificial spice. I don't get well with spice in general. Like I find spice is
he's
quite
a bit
obnoxious.
of a bitch. That's how you say it.
Hey. I find spice quite obnoxious because I like flavor to match the spice level. I don't mind if it's super spicy, as long as it's super flavorful to match the spice level. It shouldn't be hot for the sake of being hot. And then these meals came out, and I have to get a photo of one of them because you'll look at it and you'll be like,
it was a succulent Chinese meal as far as succulent Chinese meals go. Here's the other thing. So like I'm used to, like we've done hot pot and stuff like that here in the States. This is what I wasn't used to. 2 pairs of chopsticks. One is to eat with and one is to grab stuff with. It was a very nice way of doing it. Classic Englishman can't take spice. Yeah. Oh God, so, the chilies in that.
And you see the chilies.
Oh yeah, like, we thought we were gonna die.
Chilies.
We thought we were gonna die.
I thought I was going to implode, and I was like, "This isn't spicy. This is hot, but it's not spicy."
Focus. Look at this adorable photo of Amber. Focus. Thank you. Look at that adorable photo of Amber and the cat. It's so good. Amber wears her overalls whenever we film because she has like 19 billion pockets. I will show
Those
this
pockets
real
came
quick on
so
the
in
stream.
handy.
It is a compound bow with continuous fiber 3D printed parts. We wanted to do a video with it, but we're like, dude, there's no way that we can get away with that. There's no way that we can get away with doing that on a stream. So we didn't, but it would have been awesome. God, the food was just next level. The machine was beautiful. Like there's the machine.
Honestly, the machine was gorgeous. Like, as a piece of like industrial design, that machine somehow made monochromatic colors look tasteful.
So, there's you, and there's the printer she tells you not to worry about. That is the biggest printer that an ISO print makes, which is the parent company of Fibreseek, next to the Fibreseeker 3, which is a desktop 3D printer. So it's a $250,000 machine next to like retail $5,000 machine. It was very funny for me to do that. Then yeah, like every place that we went, you always got 2 pairs of chopsticks. That was always a thing. Because everything.
One is for picking, one is for eating, and it was lovely.
So this was hot
the
pot.
hot pot was so
You've never had hot pot before. I have.
I've never had hot pot. Now, I will say, like, one of the things that I was mostly
Absolutely
worried
beautiful.
about coming to China was spice. Like, I am good with spice in general.
Look at him back there.
Like,
look at him back there.
The mouth is good with spice. The stomach is not good with spice.
Look at him.
I was completely fine.
He's in it. He's just in it.
I have never had such good levels of heat to flavor in anything I've had before. There was only one meal that I had in China that actually made me cry because of how spicy it was. And it pisses me off that I have to say this, because the meal that actually made me have like the beads of sweat, be like, oh, this is too hot for me, was a blood-eye Popeyes chicken.
The Popeyes chicken was pretty hot.
And that was so spicy.
So this gentleman here is hand tossing noodles. He got one caught on his horns. But they do like table side hand tossing of noodles in this restaurant. Again, like everything there's a flair to it. Everything has a bit of flair to it. This was the breakfast one of the days in the hotel.
Was so good.
Yep. Absolutely beautiful. So food and flavor.
Are we even forgetting? We're forgetting the fact that we took you to a McDonald's, and the next day you were like, "Should we go back to the McDonald's?"
Yeah, so
we got Grant into McDonald's.
So I have not had McDonald's since any real fast food I would classify as fast food since 2003. So it's been 22 years for me, and we were all very hungry. We needed to get food fast because we had other things we needed to do. And there was a McDonald's there, and they were like, oh, we can go get McDonald's. I'm like, all right. Well, I guess I should back up. We had seen a place that was chicken and burgers, and we spent an hour trying to find it. Like, just wandering around the city trying to find it. And we found it. We got upset, and then I said, F it, we're going to McDonald's. And I had McDonald's for the first time in 22 years, and it was very good. And Amber and Jacob, who have eaten McDonald's more recently, have told me that the quality there is eons better than it is in the States or even in the UK.
Yep. It was also fast. It was like an empty McDonald's for the most part, and the food just appeared.
Yeah.
Like the amount of food that we could get on hand,
it was pretty amazing.
Quickly,
it was pretty amazing.
Fantastic. And I do not know if it's like there's just tremendous amounts of food waste in China, but they were always like food focused. Like every shopping district we went to, 30 to 80%. Like just you could choose an amount of food shops, they were there. You go to a supermarket, 50% of them are food shops, 50% of them are regular shops next to each other. They were so good. So good.
And this is downtown Shanghai at night. Now I'm just showing you cell phone photos because, well, I only have my phone on me. I don't have my camera on me.
But I have like 400 photos on my DSLR after cutting them down.
Yeah, I mean, an absolutely beautiful city. But I think the thing that stood out to me, and this is when Kid took us out to this area. I don't know what they call it, Main Street maybe. Those of you that enjoy a good shoot 'em up movie or two, that is the Peace Hotel, the hotel that the John Wick Hotel is based on. That hotel
Yeah,
is
the
where,
Continentals.
yeah, the Continental. It's what the Continental is based on. But the things that really stood out was like, and Tuan really put this, quite specifically, is that China is either 20 years ahead or 40 years behind on anything. On anything. And he's totally right. Their cars, 20 years ahead. Their drivers, 40 years behind.
Actually, I don't think it was that bad. So, bear in mind,
They all figured it out, but my
I am gonna
God.
piss so many people off in the chat because I'm Maltese. I am used to Arabic style driving. Like the Maltese driving style is very Arabic in nature. It is bigger, faster vehicle, go first, or screw you. Laws are optional because size matters more.
Mhm.
China doesn't really have that. Like it was like a mix between the Maltese style of driving and the British style of driving, where it felt more like a conversation. Where if a vehicle is ahead of you, they kind of got right of way, where they
Yeah.
could just like pull out and you naturally like it felt like people were walking, like in a crowd, where you just like bob and you weave a bit and you walk around at the flow of how fast you're walking and people flow around you. It kind of felt like that where people like, cars would just pull out and other cars will be going, but they never felt like they were gonna collide. Like if I did that in the UK, I'd be dead. Just straight up because cars will be going at that speed and they will not slow down. But in China, they flowed.
There
And it
was
was really
only
nice.
one car wreck that I saw the entire time. So I only saw one car wreck. A lot of honking. Honking is used to like indicate that somebody is there. Like in the States, honking is the equivalent to flipping somebody the bird. Over there,
Oh,
like
in the UK,
honking
honking
and
means I'm
flashing
here.
your high beams is just part of culture. And you know what? It worked. They had a system that worked. But what I found quite interesting about some of the buildings in China is that they would just abandon them. They would abandon building a building mid-building. I know that's like a terrible way to say it, but they would abandon it midway through completion because the numbers were ran by the government and the government said it's not worth it, we'll abandon it. Whereas if the building was owned by private people or businesses like it is in other countries, once they've committed, they kind of have to keep going. They can't just abandon it and move on. But a lot of the places that we visited, the buildings are given to the companies as a means to help them grow their businesses. It's like Fibreseek is in a 5-story building. They are only using the first 2 floors.
The other floors are just empty.
Yeah. We went to
They don't know what to
Polymaker.
do with them yet.
We went to Polymaker in Changshu where we visited their R&D facility. There will be a video on that as well. Those all have to get approved, by the way. All those videos have to get approved. But we visited Polymaker in Changshu at their R&D facility. They had an entire floor that was just industrial level storage. They could have easily built it out. They had a bunch of build outs that they were still doing in that building. It's a beautiful building. Absolutely beautiful building.
Gorgeous building.
But everywhere that we went, we saw just massive levels of construction. No 3D printing for construction, which was surprising. A lot of it was very traditional manufacturing.
But even like that, like the thing was that they just took so much care.
They did.
In their building. Like we walked by a construction site and they had humidifiers at the tips of the construction walls to capture dust from the air, and they were cleaning the roadways with water cleaners all the time.
Did you see in one of the train stations there were I'm sure you saw this.
Yeah, I was next to you.
Yeah, there were 3 groups of people cleaning the stairs. The first ones were doing like a brush, like a sweep. The second,
like they were brush and mopping.
Yeah, the second set I think was mopping, and the third set was using like toothbrushes to clean the grout. And that sets the tone for how clean of a city it is. Central Cape was asking if we tried public transport. Yes, we did.
Yes.
However,
it was phenomenal.
I still think Prague's public transit is better. But
all I can say is from the British point of view,
it was I mean,
leagues better
from
than the subway. It was leagues better
it's way
than the
better than the
tube.
tube. Way better.
It was everything was clean and fast, and it wasn't overheated. Like these were still like subways, and they weren't hot. Like there was a bit of heat in certain areas where they just didn't have the aircon on, but it wasn't like oppressive. Where the tube is loud, it's noisy, it's smelly, it's awful. The tubes are really crowded. None of this. Like everything was pristine.
And everything was on time.
Yeah.
So they're very particular about timing. You will see trains run every 2 to 5 minutes. The systems for getting in and out of the train stations were very good, even though we are directionally challenged. FJ Prince, as we got to go on the maglev, and we didn't. We totally screwed up. So from where we were to the airport that we needed to go to fly out, you could have taken the maglev. We didn't.
Wait,
we didn't know it was a maglev train.
We could have done it.
I sent it to us. I only found out after
I thought you were joshing. I didn't realize.
No, it was actually a maglev train. We screwed up. We missed the maglev. I know. We still were in a train that was going 200 kilometers an hour. Right? And
butter smooth. No
Tenger
vibration.
Technology said what country? China. So we were just in Shanghai. It was one of the smoothest train rides at 125 miles an hour that I've ever been on. We saw the maglev go by at Polymaker. So the one that went by very fast, that was the maglev bullet train. So that's the bullet train.
It was fast.
We were advised on our last day to take a Didi, which is Uber in China. First off, oh my god, is it cheap? Oh my god, is it cheap?
We used Didi so often. We gave up just being like, we're gonna walk somewhere. Bear in mind, me and Grant are we will walk somewhere type people if it's less than an hour. And we're we're getting a Didi.
I have a 3-hour video of us walking around downtown Shanghai. It is 188 gigabytes that I need to color correct, and then it's going to go to YouTube.
Yeah, like that's the level of walking we are happy with. And we were still, for most of that trip, like, yeah, we'll get a Didi.
Because, like...
It was on time.
The hour and a half
clean
Didi
cheap
from the hotel to the airport was $20. Like, it's insane. So we went down to what we thought was the harbor. It wasn't the harbor. It's like a main street area in downtown. It's on the other side of the river from actually downtown Shanghai. It's a very touristy area, I guess, but there were a ton of locals as well. We went down there a few different nights, and we just took the train. It was 5 RMB, which translates to 50 pence. The bund. Amber says it's called the bund.
That's it, the bund.
It translates to 50 pence. The car ride home one night, I think, was like four pounds. It was not expensive. Quite frankly, the most annoying thing about China was all of our credit cards gave us problems the entire damn time. Even though
mine actually started working like halfway through. It was
mine
just
did
yours
too.
was
And
really
then
playing up.
The last couple of days, mine stopped working again. It was terrible. But if that was the only challenge that we had when we were there, I would say it was a very successful trip for foreigners that had no time to plan. Jacob and
I got reverse culture shock coming back to the UK.
Yeah.
Like literally for even now, when I'm with my mum, I'm like, that wouldn't happen in China. Like all the time.
The thing I will say though, the temperature and humidity, and I'm going to check real quick, is pretty much dead on for Florida. It's colder there right now because it's 3:30 in the morning, but during the day, Shanghai has been getting up to, 19 to 22 Celsius. It's 2:40 in the afternoon for me, and it is 25 Celsius outside. So, the temperature and humidity was very similar. So at least I didn't get like a runny nose, or it was just like an absolute disaster. Let's see. We spent 2 different days going to the Bandai store. And when we say a store, it is a building. It is a building full of anime stuff.
I bought so much
Jacob
stuff.
and Amber were having a field day. I bought some
I
stuff, but
have
I bought
like
some stuff for
200
friends.
photos from in there. Like literally, I've got my girl. I got her. I'm really happy. And then, where did I put the others? Oh, they're all the way over there. I
I
can't
brought
do it.
out my
I'm so
500
happy.
millimeter lens with me. So it's a 500 millimeter mirror lens that is actually pretty sharp for being a mirror lens. And so some of the photos that we took, and we'll release them all, um, absolutely gorgeous. We had such a great time there. The food was great. The people were incredibly friendly. Here,
I
there's a photo of Polymaker for
I
people. That's what the
legitimately
Polymaker
think that
building looks like.
Shanghai has become my favorite foreign destination now. Like the more that I've sat on it, like Sweden was my number one after visiting. Bear in mind, I've been to Spain, I've been to France, I've been to Malta. Malta is still like my beloved.
This is the art in the
I've been to
Polymaker
America,
office. They're
I've
Hue
been to
forges.
Sweden, but Shanghai's so good.
Um,
I
they're
love
very
Shanghai.
different for me. So like I love Prague because of the architecture, how easy it is to get around, and I've been there 3 times, so I kind of know where I want to go every single time. Shanghai was very much I have no idea where I'm at. You can't use Google. It doesn't work. So we had a VPN. We used Shadowfly for those that are traveling to China. We used Shadowfly. It worked very well. It was very affordable.
Yep.
Um, but because Google services, like Google Maps, doesn't work. Jacob, you were saying it was something about like the
Yeah.
security, everything. It doesn't line up. Google Maps does not
Yeah,
line
but
up. So you
basically
have to,
the map level of Google Maps,
yeah.
because they refuse to blank out military bases, China was like, screw you, we're going to give you bad data. So all of the road names and all of the roads themselves do not line up with the map. You cannot use Google Maps at all. Bing Maps works, but in reality, we ended up downloading an
A
app
map,
called like A Map,
a map.
and that was one of the best apps
But
that
like
I've ever
that's the
downloaded.
stuff
There you
that's
go. It looks like
frustrating.
that.
The frustration for me is like because of the control that exists from the country, Google services aren't a thing. And if it's something that you're used to using, it's like, oh crap, okay, I now have to change over. WeChat and using WeChat and the WePay actually was kind of great. Um, WeChat's a little different than what I'm used to, but using the Ally Pay and WePay of just like holding a QR code up and boom, it charges, amazing. FJ Prince says Astral VPN is what we use when living there. Yes, Astral is good, but my God, it is expensive. Um, but yeah, as Amber says,
But yeah,
it was hard
I
to
will
look up
say I
things in advance
love.
to plan without a travel planner help. But we had fun and good recommendations,
Mm,
anyways, and that's true. Um, it was one of those moments where we got to see what I think is so Jacob and I we got to see what we think was normal Shanghai
yeah.
outside of the touristy areas because we walked in the wrong direction for an hour and a
And
half.
I will say, like, there was only one time we went to a tourist area, which was it like the Yew Gardens? The one in the
Yeah, the
center of
Yew
Shanghai.
Gardens and then Wuzhen. Wuzhen.
Wuzhen, I wouldn't class as a tourist destination because that was a tourist destination for Chinese people. That wasn't a foreigner come here location. Whereas Yew Gardens was kind of like they could tell that you were going to get foreigners there, so there was a bit more of that like international vibe and a little bit more of like that sale upcharge vibe. Where Wuzhen was just brilliant. Other than those two places, which were obvious like attraction points, we never went to tourist places. We just walked. We walked around. We did whatever we wanted. We did work, which was one of the best things that you could probably do because we went to Changshu. We went, yeah, we went to Changshu twice.
No,
Because one was for
once.
Fibreseek. Isn't Fibreseek in Changshu?
No, they're in Shozu. Or
Uh,
Shuzhou,
well,
excuse
we
me.
went out of the
Different
city
directions,
multiple
different
times.
directions. Yeah.
Yeah, we went out of the city multiple times. We went to the center of another area of the city to go to Artek. Like we weren't in the tourist
Here,
go
people will
here
enjoy
zone.
that photo. That's that's at
That's a good photo.
Polymaker. And then we did visit Artec. We visited. Oh, yeah. This was in the camera store. The big camera thing. They had a whole
Still
Hasselblad
pissed.
store.
I'm so pissed at myself I didn't get
I
that
want it.
lens.
Yeah, I'm looking at the
I
prices of these
kind of want
lenses
to
and be
go
like,
back just to.
shit.
I want to see if somebody can ship me it because they had
So
my perfect lens for like 60% discount.
there's all this food, but there's a full food
Yes.
podcast over that, so you guys will have to watch out for that.
So
We went to
me
a
and Grant was repeatedly misidentified as being lovers because we kept
It's
buying
so
food for
true.
each other and
It's so
eating from each
true.
other's plates. And everybody's like, wait a minute, are these two, because we kept buying food in this like little
And then
walkabout
we're just
and
sharing it.
sharing it.
Yeah.
And it was such good food. The food was phenomenally good. It
Yeah.
everywhere. And Grant warned me. Grant was like, this is mall food. Mall food is never good. And then the first place we went gave us food, and it was like, this is good food.
Yeah.
This
This is
really good.
Wuzhen. This is the water. So it's the Venice of China, basically. There's a few of these water cities, but this one is Wuzhen. It has a beautiful traditional architecture building from the 500s or 600s. And it's architecture like you've never seen, and the way that these things were put together and built. Um, and then here's my dumbass at Artec 3D. So we got to go visit Artec as well. Um, Absolutely amazing. Oh, the Louis Vuitton boat. So there's a Louis Vuitton store that looks like a yacht.
In
It
the
had a
center
line.
of the city.
We didn't go. It had a
No.
line.
We took the picture and we were like, that's good enough for me because I'm not into main brand anything. But it was quite interesting to see like how much European and American influence in clothes were
Yes.
present. Okay, Grant,
Yes.
you need to tell the story for that picture. You have to tell
That's
the
the
story for
second
that
night.
picture.
That's the second night.
Oh,
Um,
okay, maybe not that one, the first night. The first
so
time we went
if you
there.
guys ever go to Shanghai, go to the Shanghai World Financial Center and tell them you're there for the bar. Jacob and I were trying to get to some tall building in Shanghai. Jacob wanted to go to the World Financial Center. Great. The building looks like a bottle opener. It has a glass walkway on it where you can pay to go up, and it's a beautiful outlook. When we got there, it had closed like an hour ago. We didn't know when we got there.
We walked through these like shutter gates,
Right as they
and
were
the moment
closing
we
the
walked through,
building.
they locked behind us.
Yep. And then
We were
security's telling us to like leave. So we're leaving. And then an employee comes up and says, "Are you guys here for the bar?" And Jacob, without skipping a beat, says, "Yeah. Yeah." He's like, "Okay, you're going to go through this door and then this door that doesn't look like a door and then hit a button on the elevator." The elevator had two buttons. One for the 87th floor, one for the 91st floor. The 87th floor was a private restaurant that we were absolutely not supposed to be in, so we got back in the elevator, went to the 91st, and that's where we found the bar on the 91st floor of the Shanghai World Financial Center. It is not a glass floor. That is above. That's on the 97th floor, but it
Yeah.
doesn't cost anything to go there. The drinks were about
They
$21
were reasonably
each.
priced.
Yeah, they were very
15
reasonably
pounds,
priced.
$21.
And they were quite good. So we had drinks, and then the next night we brought the girls out there too, so they could experience it because that was our last night in Shanghai. FJ Prince says, "Why not the Shanghai Tower?" We wanted to get
We were
photos.
looking down on it.
We wanted
We
to.
were looking down
We were
on
looking
it.
down on it, but we wanted to get photos of the tower. Unbeknownst to us, the lights turned off at 10, even though online it said 11. So we missed the light shots that we wanted to get. We got them from the other side of the river, which was beautiful. But again, this is like the parts of Shanghai that are 20 years ahead of everybody else. Skyscrapers like you've never seen, elevators that move 80 floors in 60 seconds, right? Absolutely beautiful buildings.
It was
And like,
it was fantastic.
we did see 3D prints in a few different places. They were dragons, they were eggs, they were the traditional 3D printer slop that we see. But but we did not see a lot of 3D printers specifically. We saw 3D printed parts. We didn't see a lot of 3D printers. We identified quite a few large 3D printed parts while we were out. But yeah, it was just one of those moments where Jacob and I were having a drink at the 91st floor's building. We're like, is this real? Like, is this what we're doing with our lives? We're on a skyscraper having a
blacked
drink.
our way in. We dodged security.
Yeah, we definitely
accident.
probably weren't supposed to be there.
What Grant didn't say at the start, because I don't think he realized what happened, because I was the one like doing the talking. So when we got in through the shutter gates and they shut behind us, we're in the ground floor of the World Financial Center, and this ground floor is huge. It's like 7-meter tall ceiling made of marble all over the place, and security literally immediately starts flocking to us because we just walked in and they shut. Like,
and we have cameras
behind us, big X's on it, and we have cameras all over.
Yeah,
like we're not even talking like just like the little cameras. Like I'm talking like fully kitted out with the cage, DSLR, handle, monitor. Like, we looked sus.
Yeah.
We looked sus. And one of the security guys came out and he has this like massive baton, like obviously to stop people from like charging into the building. And I, in my exceedingly broken Mandarin and the help of Google Translate, I start talking to him. And I'm like, how do I go up? Do I just go lift and go up? And he's just going to give me this look like, no, it's closed, like, foreigner, no. And I'm like, how do I get to floor 97? And I misspoke. I said floor 91. And
I didn't catch that.
I completely didn't know it at the time, but 91 is a private hidden bar. So he was like, oh, 91. I'm like, yes, 91.
And I just went along with it. I'm just...
He took us out through a side door all the way around the back of the financial center to like the entrance that you don't know is really an entrance. It's not the main entrance to the tower. And there's just a receptionist just there with no artwork on the walls, nothing on the floor, no seating area, just a receptionist. And they show up and I'm like, hi, I'm there for the floor 91. And he's like, you're going to bar, meeting. I'm like, yes, meeting.
Yes, meeting.
And he was like, meeting with drink. I'm like, yes, meeting with drink.
Yes.
And he's like, yes, go out to the right and go through a wall. I'm like, okay, what do you mean by go through a wall? So we're just like, yeah, we'll do what they say. We're not going to question it. We're just going to walk.
And it worked.
We're going to walk like we know what we're doing.
Yep.
We go out, we go to the right, and there's just this glass wall that doesn't look like a wall. It looks like an accent panel for the building. And we get closer and it just moves. The entire floor to ceiling glass just moves. And then we walk through and there's a second and it just moves. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like, this is not signposted. There's nothing on the walls. There's no artwork. It's just, you walk. And then we got through the second one and there's 2 lifts. You press the button, the lift immediately shows up. You get in and there's 2 buttons on the inside. This is an express lift to go direct to this secret, not advertised bar. And you press the button and within 20 seconds, you have gone up 91
Your ears
floors.
are popping, right? Like, it's insane.
It goes so fast, the pressure is blowing your ears out.
Yeah.
And then we get to the floor and the doors open and then we're just sat like looking out. They show us to our seats overlooking the city. And me and Grant are just there, absolutely bewildered, going, what the hell have we just done? How did we somehow go from possibly getting kicked out of the World Financial Center or maybe even getting arrested because we walked directly into the World Financial Center when it was closed, spoke to a security guard with a baton, not a little baton, like a double-handed, like big baton, and I misspoke just well enough that they were like, oh yes, foreigner here for meeting with drink in the secret bar on the 91st floor.
Yep. So if you ever get the chance to go to Shanghai, go to the World Financial Center, go to the desk and ask for the bar. They'll show you where to go. It's on the 91st floor. It was a great way for us to kind of top off the
Yep.
trip itself, because it was amazing. And because we were there very late, when we got out of the building, it's very quiet. Everyone is asleep. And John Stern says that there's a big division between the haves and have-nots in China. There is. And I
There's
think that's
massive.
kind of becoming the norm in every country. But you would see, these beautiful skyscrapers, and a couple of blocks away would be skyscrapers flats, right? So there is a bit of a, okay, you're in a nicer area kind of thing. So I guess I don't really know the right way to describe the wealth division, but it was very obvious when we were
Yeah.
driving, and you would get away from the bigger city and you would go into these towns, and there would be homes that clearly have had the same roof for 40, 50, 60 years. Some of them have holes in them. And some of the buildings at that point would be abandoned. They wouldn't be fixed. But people figured it out, right?
It's weird. It didn't feel the same way. Like if you go to Birmingham in the UK, there's rough areas in Birmingham that you are like, I do not want to be here. And even the rundown areas that we saw on the outskirts of Shanghai, you could tell it was run down, but it wasn't the type of rundown where it became rough. It was just, you could tell they don't have the extra time, effort, or money to maintain. And even that wasn't bad. It wasn't like egregious levels of like infrastructure damage. It was just the walls haven't been painted
Yeah.
and the grass is unkempt. But it was, the worst I saw was still some of the best areas in the UK. And
Yeah,
that was
I
weird
would
to
certainly
see.
say some of the rundown areas that we saw, it was rundown for China. I would still say that's lower middle class in the United States.
Yeah.
Um, and of course there are some government things. We're not going to get into that. That's not our position to get political on this channel, but there's obviously some political stuff that occurs in China that some people are not okay with. John S is talking about the smoking in the chat. Yes, oh my God, everybody was smoking. But
Everybody
but
smokes.
Jacob had mentioned something, and it didn't click to me until he said it. The cigarettes smell cleaner.
Yeah. They legitimately smell cleaner. They also are so cheap. Like legitimately, where is, I literally have a packet with me that I keep just to say the story, but
Oh, when
it's the
you
one that I
cracked open the
opened.
pack of cigs in front of the cop.
Yeah, like those. So we were two foreigners walking around the non-foreigner area of Shanghai, and we were sat down, just like getting like waiting for our DD, and like a police officer on a little moped came up and was just staring at us for a while. So I was like, okay, Grant, I'm just gonna open a packet of cigarettes and just like
He was
be
very worried.
chill.
I was not worried at all. He's like over here, like, oh, the cops can come up and ask us questions. I'm like, okay. Like, what do I care? Like, what do I care if getting harassed by police? Welcome to America, Jacob. He pulled out a pack of cigs and was opening it up, thinking that if the cop came over and talked to us, he could offer him a cig to get him to go away.
But even like that, like a 20 pack was like 30 pence.
Yeah, very cheap.
It was so like the most expensive pack I saw was like either like the double luck or like one of like the panda ones, which are like government official ones, and they were like £3. But the average was $1 for a 20 pack. And the thing that made it very weird, so they've got gendered cigarettes, they've got female
Yes,
cigarettes, and they've got male.
they do.
Females are just ultra thins.
They're just really
They're
thin.
ultra thins.
Yep.
But the one thing that caught me off guard from both of them was they roast them differently. Like the tobacco leaf is roasted differently. You can smell it in the air. It's a lighter roast. It produces less tar. And they add like cardamom and cinnamon and other
Yeah,
spices
I mean,
to the tobacco just to make it taste and smell different.
the smell wasn't I mean, it was, you could tell it was cigarette smoke, but it wasn't like offensive.
Yeah, it's not
Cigarette
the
smoke.
type where like your next door neighbor's doing, you're like, oh, I don't like the smell of that. It was kind of floral.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
even like so the packet I got which I gave a couple of my friends one of them, and they were like, "Oh, this is harsh." Even the harsh ones
Hmm.
smell better than the British standard, and it was impressive. And yeah, cloves was definitely one of the smells
Yes, yes.
that was in
You know,
the cigarettes. Also, I have to be really careful when I talk about cigarettes because I want to default to the British way to say it, which is not good
yes,
for
you cannot
YouTube.
use that word on this show, good sir. You can't use the bundle of sticks word on this show. That is not okay. But you know, I looking at the factory of Fibreseek, the thing that we don't talk about in in either of the videos is that when you guys see the manufacturing floor of Fibreseek, which we show you on, and you see it in the live stream too, that entire manufacturing floor was built in 8 days.
It was
Eight
fast.
days. So China shut down from the 1st through the 9th. And that's when they built the manufacturing floor for Fibreseek. 8 days or 9 days, I guess. Right? And the way manufacturing is set up, it is efficient. It is well oiled. There's it's not it's mise en place. Everything has a place, right? Every single thing had a place. Like the carts had squares where they went. Each of the build plates had markings of where they went. And then the assembly lines for the machines were actual assembly lines. They look like Delrin or HDPE turntables that were on a
Yep.
belt system so that one person would do the exact same movement all the time. And so you get very efficient at doing it. And this is the kind of stuff to me that shows Chinese manufacturing being what it is.
Yeah.
And Fibreseek doesn't have a lot of employees. They have like 100, 150 employees, but they were 30 employees last year. So they've grown quite a bit. And a lot of these employees were making the anisoprint machines, which are the huge continuous fiber machines that they make. They're rebranding to Fibreseek for their consumer division. So it's, well, we were saying it wrong the whole time as anisoprint. It's not. It's anisoprint, like anisotropic and 3D printing.
Well,
Push it
so
together, you get
I've only ever heard it
anisoprint.
as anisotropic. That's I got the aniso bit. I'm like, oh, it's anisotropic. I'm like, oh no, it's anisotropic
Yeah, anisotropic.
because I'm a dyslexic idiot
And it should
who
be
doesn't know how to say anything.
anisotropic, right? You're supposed to be like a break there, but anyways, it was just one of those things that we all laughed at because we're just dumb foreigners who don't know how to pronounce things. But Tuan, who's the CEO of the Americas, is, to say he is an SME is not doing him justice. He is the largest the largest content creator for 3D printing on LinkedIn of all places. He's got like 45,000 followers on LinkedIn. I knew him from the Z Corp days. We knew a lot of the same people at Z Corp. He then worked for Objet and Stratasys. I think he worked for 3D Systems for a little bit. The man knows his shit, right? Suffice to say, he knows his shit. And it is obvious in the way that he is assisting this company in building up. And, you know, still, I have to make certain that we discuss that, yeah, they're going Kickstarter. They are a real Kickstarter, right? They've never done a machine this small before. So I think this is fair. I think this is fair. But still, it is a Kickstarter. There is no guarantee of those products shipping. However, there were like 100 machines on the shelves in some various level of testing when we saw them.
Yep.
So, But
Like I will say from what I've seen, it's a very safe bet on that Kickstarter now. Like
it
while they
seems
set the
reasonably
factory up
safe.
very quickly, the type of people that are at that company and the type of product that I have physically filmed now is very tangible.
Well, we filmed it, and
Very tangible.
we filmed a lot of things that we can't show you guys just because they're not going to allow us to show it, like the motherboards. They're not going to allow us to show that, even though as soon as those machines ship, pictures of those motherboards will be out there. They are still modifying things. So The machines that we saw were 300 by 300 by 245 dual nozzle machines that had one nozzle that does continuous fiber, then another one which is just a standard FDM head. So you can do continuous fiber on one head with a dissimilar material in the other. So let's say it's PETG with continuous fiber and PLA supports. So your supports, perfect every single time. So I think they've kind of gotten the best of both worlds there. But all their machines were passively cooled. Ryan, the CEO of the main company, who was 28, by the way. Did you know that? Did you know that Ryan is 28?
I hate the fact that he's 28 now.
Yeah.
He
I thought
he's
that
a
he
year
was
older
young,
than
but I
me.
didn't think he was that young. He's very smart for his age. He's 28, they said. I could have that wrong, but I'm almost positive they said 28. But he committed on the live stream to adding the chamber heater for the final production units. All the units we saw didn't have chamber heaters. And so they are still in the midst of making upgrades and changes and things like that to this machine. And that gives me a lot of hope, because like a lot of small companies that do Kickstarters, they don't do anything until the money comes in. They are, well, they're trusting that things are going to go well, and that enough people are going to back it. So,
Yep.
I guess,
Yeah, this seems like the other way around. Like they're gonna do it either way.
yes.
And that's one of the good things about it, is they wouldn't have spooled this all up and started production
No.
without
But like, they're hitting the
knowing they're
things
gonna
that I
do
like
stuff.
to see. Yes, it's a proprietary continuous fiber, but it's only proprietary because they're the only ones making it. Assuming somebody else can copy their continuous fiber, they don't stop you from using other people's materials. It is an open materials library for the rest of the machine, including any of the material that you add continuous fiber to. The continuous fiber is added coaxially, so it comes out of the continuous fiber nozzle with the continuous fiber already in it. So that's a really, really nice touch versus other brands out there that just shove the continuous fiber into like the top of the filament. It's a smart idea, and it's a patented system that they have to get around other companies out there that have patents in the continuous fiber industry. Some people get confused when you talk about the bathroom. This is a restaurant. Why are you taking... I'm so confused as to what that meant, but okay. But anyways, it was unique to see how they're doing things. And I guess, like you said, reassuring, right? That while they are kind of new, specifically they're new to the consumer market, they're not spring chickens when it comes to building machines. And I'm talking ball screws, servo motors, heated chambers, heated filament holding areas, like machines that weigh thousands of pounds. It is funny because we were talking with Ryan. He said, yeah, it's actually more complicated for us to build these smaller machines than it is to build a bigger machine. Is that true, Jacob? Did you find building C2 more difficult than C1?
So much more difficult. So one of the things is like space and efficiency when you get smaller become bigger in terms of what you can and can't. Like the only thing that becomes easier when you become smaller is your belt path doesn't matter as much. Like that's the
fair.
big complication.
And belt stretching becomes less of a problem.
But other than that, like you have less space to fit all your hardware, and you need your heaters, you need your motors, you need your belt path, you need your tensioners, you need your electronics, you need your power supply. Like these are all things that take up quite a lot of space. And then you have to keep it in a nice, small, neat package. It does become a challenge. Like literally. So, for example, Construct 2, I did make it harder on myself.
Oh,
Go
what
figure,
a surprise.
where I was able to take the subframe of a C1, take the overall print volume of a C1. I've increased the print volume from 325 to 340, from 340 to 390, sorry, 370 to 390, and I've kept the 400, but I've made the printer 15% smaller as well. So I've been able to increase the volume and shrink the printer. That's me making it harder on myself. But that was still easier than making the C1 because the C1 was so space constrained. Every micro change would take weeks of validation and qualification to make sure it goes together. And then the guys at Fibreseek have done it easy. Like they've made it really,
Their core
really
XY system is very
compact.
simple. And like,
Yeah.
I think that's the only thing that I worry about bearings and things like that wearing out over time. But nothing looked all that complicated to change. And especially when you start dealing with heated chambers, things will wear out faster. Specifically like bearings, if you don't grease them properly. And I'm not talking about the way that Grant does it with sewing machine oil, actual grease. And it needs to be a high temperated grease, because if it isn't, it'll melt. And you'll run into issues where all your lubricant falls to the bottom of your ball bearings and doesn't lubricate the entire ball races properly. That's the kind of stuff that I worry about. But I feel like, I mean, dude, to the beta testers that they have, they've flown out to the beta testers to set up the machines for them. That's pretty good.
That's a level of commitment that
That's
you
pretty
do not
good.
expect.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. Certainly more of a vote of confidence than normal when it comes to a Kickstarter. It is still a risk. There is always a risk, but it's as good of a bet as you can get. So I'm hoping that we can get a sample unit before the Kickstarter, because I want to try it some more. We got very little like time with it, you know?
Yeah.
But in the time that we got, it's like, yeah, if you're going to run continuous fiber, it's going to be slow. But with a heated chamber, I think it's a good machine that, at least in my shop, would go right there where the Fusion 3 is, because I don't use Fusion 3 anymore. So replace Fusion 3 with a Fibreseek machine. I think it would work out quite well. And then a bit of an off-topic thing. Mine's here. Yours, Jacob's been in the background the whole time.
I'm going to turn off my background for this.
Yeah. So one of the things they made us do, and this is all on camera, by the way, so you guys will get to see it, is we had to learn to write our names in traditional Chinese. This is number 2. This is number 2.
This is number 3.
Yeah. So, this is my name. That's Amber, Jacob, Therese, and that's Fibreseek, written by Kid.
Yeah, it's Touring Fibreseek.
Oh, Touring Fibreseek is what that says?
Yeah.
Okay.
Touring
So,
Fibreseek.
Kid is Chinese. She taught us all how to do this. This is apparently my worst attempt at Grant. And it is, it's the phonetic version of our names in Chinese.
Yes.
For reference. But yeah, this is what you get with a professional that knows how to write it. But I mean, I will say this had nothing to do with 3D printing, obviously. But it was one of those really cool, unique experiences where, like, I will tell you, I was more nervous about this than I was about the live stream. And I was pretty nervous about the live stream. And the video for this, I think you guys are really going to enjoy, because you can visibly and audibly tell how nervous we all are, because we did this 5 times? No, 4 times. Right? Yeah, 4 times, because we each got one. We did this 4 separate times, and we each took one home. So, and it was random, right? So I ended up with number 2. I don't know. I guess that means Amber has, I don't know what number Amber has, but it was a really, like, I can't easily describe what it feels like to be welcomed by a culture that you know very little about. And, well, but to be straight honest, I'm in the United States. Amber has number 4. Okay. You know, in the United States, there is a lot of very anti-Chinese rhetoric, right? A lot of it. And a lot of countries are like this. They have a lot of anti-Chinese rhetoric.
Yep. There's a lot in the UK as well.
And
Like, especially as I do a lot of work around like military and defense personnel,
yep.
I hear a lot of that sentiment even more
And
so.
is there some truth to what they say? I'm sure there is. But as we all know, the truth lies somewhere in the middle of what one side says and what the other side says, right? The truth lies somewhere in the middle. This is the most welcome that I've felt into a culture that, for the bulk of my adult life, I've been taught, told, and heard is a very hostile culture. It was nothing like that. I remember when we were in Wuzhen, and when we came out of the garden, when we came out of the main city in Wuzhen, there was a taco truck. Okay, there is a motherfracking taco truck. Okay, and your boy's got a body built on tacos. Okay, all right.
Those
And
tacos were good.
we were already recording 360 the entire walk through Wuzhen, so you guys will have that too. But on my 360 camera, I am ordering, and I'm struggling a little bit. The lady behind me says, "You're ordering 2 of the combos, correct?" I said, "Yes." She said, "I got you." Said whatever she needed to say to the person. They got it done. I went to grab. She said, "Oh no, that's not all of them." I look, I'm like, "Oh my God, each of these only has 1 taco in it." Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
She's like, "Give them like 2 minutes. They'll have the other ones." I'm like, "All right, awesome." So nice. And this happened a couple of times throughout the trip
Yeah.
where it was clear that we were struggling. We're using Google Translate to talk back and forth. But it was clear that we were struggling. And some random person that I statistically will never see again, jumped in and helped. It did not feel threatening in any way. It did not feel in a way that was like, "Oh, stupid American." No, they were like, "Oh no, I got you. Let's help." And as Amber said, again, very nuanced conversation, but the hosts were very welcoming and kind. Everyone we interacted with was kind and helpful, even with the language barrier. I could not say it better.
There was that little kid that is obviously never seen a foreigner before, yeah? And he just came over and in really good English, we're just like, "Hello,
Oh, was
are
that when we
you
were walking on
lost?"
our own?
Yeah, and we had the
Okay.
cameras, and it was just,
I don't know
it
if that
was
was
so
when
cute.
when it was the twins. I don't know if it was the twins.
No,
It was
this was
just with
just
us
our
with the
little
camera.
boy.
Yeah.
It was just our little boy when we were with the cameras, and he was just like, "Hello," and we just gave him a wave, and he's like, and
That'll
then
be
that
the
was it. And it was
first
just,
that'll be the first 360 video that goes up. Will be when that little kid is in there.
yeah. And
Again,
I think that kid like encapsulates their mindset because kids do not filter. Kids do not understand like political strife between countries.
no,
So
kids
when a
don't care.
kid is just, oh, it's a foreigner. Oh, yes. And we look the
Specifically
way we
tall
do.
foreigners.
Yeah. Like we look the way we do.
Yeah.
You can tell there isn't malice in the surrounding area because otherwise the kids would have been standoff. They would have maybe kept their distance. But
No,
this kid was inquisitive
the
and he was
purity of
kind and he
children
was
never
nice.
ceases to amaze me. Straight up.
And it was honestly everyone that I met there was fantastic. And I've never felt more welcomed in an area that I barely speak anything of. Now I should say I have studied Mandarin for about 6 months. Please don't get me to say anything because
And
I'm
by the
terrible
way,
at it.
don't call it Mandarin in China. It's simplified Chinese. So we should probably work on
Oh, I don't
adjusting
even know that. Like, is that really a? I've only ever been told like
Kid told me,
it's
she's like,
Mandarin, which
"No,
is
don't call that here." She's like, "The people are Mandarin. That's their
oh,
culture. The
I
language
didn't
is
even know that.
simplified Chinese." I'm like, "Noted." I'm like, it's
Now I've
my
noted
entire
it.
life it's been called, because you have regular Chinese, then you have Mandarin, which is what most people speak. It's simplified Chinese. That's so I am committing to learning more languages as like part of just, I want to do more travel as a content creator, and I want to be able to bring our team with us, and to do that, to have at least some basic conversational language skills in, for right now, the places I like to travel. China, so having simplified Chinese, Spanish because America, Czech because Prussia,
Prusa.
and Swedish just because I'm sure Olaf wants to make fun of me for how bad my Swedish will be.
Yep.
But, you know,
I
I,
will
I,
say, like, learning simplified Chinese for 6 months. So I did written and spoken.
mhm.
It's not as hard as people make out. There's a lot of it, and I think that's where people get like the difficulty rating from is just how much there is to do because the written side, every character does mean something. But it's not hard, I would say. Like it's hard because you have to get used to tones and
Yeah.
that's like the big difficulty is learning to hear the nuance. But once you've done it, it's actually quite easy. And I will say, like, for anyone who's interested in like a really good translation app, Playco. Playco is a great app. It allows you to write in the Hanzi and like actually get sentence structure and all of that. Otherwise, Apple Translate is ironically kind of
Google
good
Translate worked
because
out
you
great for me.
I thought you didn't have the voice translate on it.
It works.
Oh well, yeah. Like Apple Translate was great. It works fantastic. So I was like flitting between Playco, where I was writing sentences and like remembering how to write some bits, and then going to like Apple
The
Translate, just like the
nuances of it
words
are
that I'd
very
forget.
difficult. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um. So where was it? Oh, GP3 Design says on the point of traveling in 3D printing, I'm surprised there are no major consumer companies based out of Japan. It's a cost thing. It's a
There
cost
are.
game.
No, there are. There are.
Who?
Oh, bloody hell, I just had it. Um we've literally just sold a machine to them as well, so I should know this. And
The name I don't
there
know any.
is there's actually a community site. I think like there's the entire development team of Mellow is also Japanese from what I remember.
Well, so having a Japanese location but manufacturing in Japan.
There's a few, but not to the
They're
level
going to
that
manufacture in
most
China
people
because it's
recognize.
cheaper, guys. Like,
They're literally also right next to each other.
yeah,
Of
they're
course they're
they're
going
an
to move to
hour
China.
flight away. Like, we literally flew over Japan to get to China
Well,
and
you
flew on the
did.
edge
I
of Russia,
didn't.
flew
I
on
went
the edge
over
of the
Russia.
Koreas. Both
I
of
will
them.
say I was bricking it just a little bit because we did fly through contested airspace to get into China because we had to go through Russia. And I was like, I really hope I don't get the Russian special, which is, oh boy, a civilian cruise liner. Because that has happened in the past. And I was like, I'm not going to mention this to
Well,
mum because she's a nervous flyer. But if I start hearing random noises and the plane moves in a way that I'm not used to, I am just going to suddenly become very religious very quickly.
Rexit just retracted the comment that I was going to read, but he said, do you think that a lot of people have a hard time getting past the government to see the people? And I think of any culture, right? Right now, America, people look at Americans like we're all a little crazy because of the government, and the government does not define the people. The people that blindly follow the government are defined by said government, but otherwise, no, it's not.
I'll need you to like say something on this, but I legitimately think the view of the American government is more oppressively in your face than the Chinese government is.
Okay, that is probably because so where I live in Wesley Chapel, Florida. It's public. I'm not doxing myself. You can Google my address. I don't give a damn. Just don't be stupid. Don't show up to my house unannounced. I live in Florida. Doing that is what we call not compatible with life. Do not play F around and find out Florida Man edition. You don't want to test me. Please and thank you. But I live outside of the city of Tampa. If you go to Tampa, as long as there aren't any political protests, which, okay, right now there might be, you're not going to notice the government. You're not going to notice it at all because it's just it's there. It's just in the background. And I think that's what we experienced in China is where we went to areas that were more touristy focused, so we didn't get to see what reality is like for citizens there. And like Amber
I
said,
will
it's a
say,
very,
like
very,
Wu
very
Zhen,
nuanced
I don't
conversation.
like to think Wu Zhen was tourist focused. Because like when you say tourist focused, they think foreigner tourist.
Wu Zhen
And
is
this
absolutely
wasn't
tourist focused.
I don't think
The
it
Water
is.
City, 100% was tourist
Yeah.
focused.
No, because it wasn't foreigner tourist. It was local
Oh,
tourist. It
Mamaki is
was.
Japanese. I didn't know that. Oh god, Mamaki makes great stuff. But Mamaki printers are expensive too. So, um, Gilbert Nar says you can freely talk bad about the American government without repercussions.
Are you sure about that, fam? I'm not gonna lie. I felt a lot safer in China, and than I would have been in America.
I
Just in general.
again, I think it all comes down to what you see on the news. I think I was pleasantly surprised with the people that we met. We spoke to both people that were our hosts and people off the street that we spoke to who were very interested in America, asking us about what we thought. I got a lot of questions about like politics in America, and I said, look, I'm not the right person. I do my best to ignore it. I don't want to be involved in it. I try not to talk about it publicly because we recognize that politics in general are a very polarizing subject. And it's why, look, we could easily be a political podcast. It wouldn't even be difficult. Like, and we would get an extra 0 on the views for a political podcast. We deliberately don't do it because it's not what we are. We firmly believe that a country's politics and its government do not in any way, shape, or form dictate the people that are there. And the trip to China 100% proves that to me. The government of China has been this way for decades. The government of the United States has only gotten this way in the past 5-10 years. Yep. Right.
And even that has nuance. So one of the things that I've always been taught about like the Chinese government is it's quite an ingrained thing with familial piety, where the way that the Chinese government works is it works for the whole and
yes.
not the individual. And part of that is familial piety. It's like the parent talking down to a kid, where the parent will set ground rules, and those ground rules have to be respected because they are the patriarch or matriarch. They are the voice of control because they know better.
Mm-hmm.
And it also extends to governmental control,
yes.
where the government might literally be like, hey, we're putting in a 6-lane highway where your house is. Move. Why? Because the whole will benefit better than you, the individual, getting kicked out of your house. And it's that level of like the Chinese government doesn't really care about the ants that it has to sit on to get the end goal, which is general quality over stuff. And it's one of the things that I see is actually quite different, because a lot of people are now like, America's becoming Chinese and Chinese is becoming American, and I think they're just
depends on what
nuanced.
Channel you're watching your news on, homie.
Yeah.
The thing I do want to know,
definitely look at the history of China, because it's so interesting.
Look at the history of any country. It's interesting no matter what.
And one of the things, Chinese is one of the oldest civilizations, full stop.
Yes.
Unlike America, where it's like 600 years at most, 400 years at most. Like
1776.
I don't know. Your country is a joke. And
like we were in Wuzhen with buildings that were built in 500, in the 500s and 600s. The US wasn't even discovered. I'm going to put air quotes. Columbus had not found the United States for another 1,000 years. Another 1,000 years. And yes, it is 250 years, Jacob. That's it.
That's it.
So
my pub is older than your country. Your country is such a bloody joke.
Like, dude, we stayed in an Airbnb in Prague that was older than the United States. Yes, any place that we travel, we can find buildings older than the country. Yes, it's not difficult.
I'm literally just thinking that, like, I have seen bottles of wine older than your country.
I mean, good on him for keeping the wine still good.
I'm from Malta. Like, we have motorways or highways that have aqueducts between them.
We call them
because
gutters,
they're just
Jacob.
there.
We call them gutters.
Yeah, I know they call them gutters, but like, come on. Like, you get your little Tupperware plastic gutters, and I get Roman aqueducts. Like literally, the hotel I stayed in last in Malta had a bloody dolmen in the middle, a Neolithic temple in the middle of the hotel. They just built around it, and it became the Dolmen Hotel.
I will say the one thing, and we haven't mentioned it, but Jacob is actually wearing a limited edition shirt from Uniqlo in China. Uniqlo was one of the only stores that we went into where the pricing was actually more affordable than the United States. So every store that we went to...
Wait. We went into a lot of stores that were more affordable than the United States because it was mostly food stores. The amount of cheap food that we ate
cheap food.
was
I'm thinking like clothing. So like Amber and I were like, oh, cool. We're going to China. We need new luggage. Pretty much all the luggage that you can buy in the States is made there. It's got to be cheaper there. Wrong. It's not. It's somehow not cheaper. Also, another odd thing. Battery banks. Not legal. You have to have a battery bank.
I have no idea where I put my battery bank. I've lost it somewhere. I'm actually so upset about this.
Did your small one get taken?
No, it didn't.
Oh, okay.
I got my small one here.
The blue one you can't find.
I can't find the blue one anywhere. I've used it in this house.
Okay. I'm like, did you leave it in the pocket of the airplane?
No, I didn't, because I've used it in this house. I took it over to a close friend's house, and I used it there, and I took it back, and I used it here, and I can't find it now. And I really want to bring it around with me because I get to show people the Chinese battery bank.
Yeah.
Please tell me you have it in hand to show people.
And Amber's right. We were in some touristy areas in general, so there is some availability bias. Like, we looked at they had a DJI store, so I'm like, let me see the price of an Osmo Pocket Creator Combo. That's about...
They were actually pretty good.
It was $505 US. It's much cheaper than it is in the United States. But for the most part, clothing stores, luggage, the things... Shoes were another thing. We couldn't find shoes in our size. Our feet were too big.
The shoe prices weren't too bad.
They weren't bad. But there were some I'm like, okay, this is about what I would expect to pay in America. But I guess because... I
would say compared to British prices, they were cheap for British prices.
When you factor in shipping and tariffs, I would expect... if I'm buying it in the country that it's manufactured, it should be cheaper than buying it overseas. But no, it wasn't. That was something that was unique to me. Their used market, their secondhand market is much stronger than anything I've seen anywhere else in the world. The camera store... Oh,
you didn't even see half of it. So, the guy I was with in the camera store, he showed me like their version of eBay, which isn't like you bid and everything. You send direct messages. And then Didi delivers it for you.
Dope.
And he was literally like, he got like 3 cameras because I was looking for a T2 mount.
Right.
And he was sending messages off to people. And he was like, oh, I don't think this guy's in Shanghai. I think this guy's in Shenzhen and all this. And he was sending messages off 24/7 for me. And he got all the responses back. And it was like, oh, this would arrive in like 2 hours. And it's too late by then. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like, they were just like...
So this gentleman that he's talking about
steroids.
Is a random guy that we met in the camera stores when we were walking through the huge camera shop. We met a random guy. I have his name. Let me get his name. I'll shout him out.
He was so cool. He helped me out so much. I owe him.
We're connected on WeChat. Did you connect with him on WeChat or no?
No, because he didn't know I was a YouTuber as well. He only knew you were the YouTuber.
Oh.
And I didn't want to like intrude and be like, oh, I'm also part of the podcast that he's in.
So the name that he goes by is Eric. He goes by Eric. So it's an interesting thing. So most Chinese individuals, they have their actual name and they have their American name.
Yep.
So their name that Americans can pronounce rather than the one that they're not going to pronounce at all. Yep. So he went by Eric. We are connected on WeChat. Super cool guy. Now that I'm back home, I need to put all my lenses out to show him because he's an avid collector of weird lenses too. And I had my 500mm mirror lens with me when we were walking through the camera store. He's like, don't those suck? I'm like, I thought they did too until I put one on my camera and I realized, wait a minute, this is really crisp. And hilariously, they had one at that store too. It was a little more than I paid, but
I don't care. I really wanted it. All my stick up was I wanted the adapter to hit my lens
Yep.
So my camera, unlike Grant's, is a Lumix.
You have a
I'm a
full frame
Lumix
Lumix.
fanboy.
Yeah.
I have full frame Lumix. The problem with full frame Lumix is a more modern camera design in general. So the flange distance, meaning the point where it mounts to the body to the sensor, it's 18 millimeters. It's not much. EF mount is 20 millimeters, meaning you can adapt to it. E mount is not adaptable. And E mount is one of the most common mounting
That's what
styles
Grant
where all the
uses. Grant's
adapters work
E-mount.
to. So I couldn't find the adapter. And I'm
Yeah.
so
Like,
gutted.
here's a random A6000 with the Sony pancake. But yeah, you can see it is quite a distance on the E-mount. And see, because
But
Sony's
also,
such a
like,
popular brand.
show your sensor size off to the camera, because I'll show mine off
Yeah.
to the camera.
That's APS-C versus full frame.
Full frame. Look
Wait,
how
here, hold on. Let me.
big
I
that
gotta get
is.
mine. No, hold yours back up. I'm gonna get mine at like the same size. So people can get the size difference. So this is you, and then Jacob's is the camera sensor she tells you not to worry about. Um, but it means that I can buy. I bought manual adapters, and I bought a bunch of them, and I brought them all with me. So when we were in these camera stores, I was able to just quickly adapt lenses to fit my camera. I stupidly did not buy a Helios 44 f2 that was 40 pounds. I should have bought it because it's like a $150 lens in the States. But hey, just gives me another reason to go back there and buy more gear. But I did buy a Ricoh lens that's a 50 f1.7, so a little nifty 50 for 15 quid. So it's like 21 US dollars I bought a lens for, and it's clean, nice and sharp.
Yeah, I'm
But
jealous.
using
I'm
it,
actually so jealous.
using it, I've now got a bit of a bug for vintage lenses. So I've picked up 3 more. I have 2 more locally that I have to go and get, and I'm getting 6 more shipped to me. So I don't have space in my camera bag for this many lenses. So this will be an interesting challenge of what lenses I now bring with me. But I took them out Amber and I went out to dinner on Halloween. We went to get hot pot on Halloween. And I brought the camera with me, and dude, vintage glass is just so beautiful. Some of it has a little bit of mold or mildew in it. So it's a pro mist filter built in. Don't worry about it. It's fine. But like, dude, they're so cheap. It was fun.
I am actually so jealous, but I'm also so pissed at myself. So, for anyone
Get
wondering,
yourself a cheap Sony camera, buddy.
I rock no, because I'm a Lumix fanboy now. I don't want to change off of the ecosystem because I want to collect more for this ecosystem. But so for everyone wondering, I use the standard kit 20 to 60 f4 lens for all of the recording that I do for Grant. It is a really nice universal lens where I don't need the lower f numbers for light because Lumix and Panasonic in general have stupid good ISO like clarity. Like I push ISO 4000, which is a native ISO, or ISO 640, which is another native ISO. And it means I get infinite light. So I can use the kit lens, which is pretty sharp already. But one of the lenses I also have, and I brought with me, is my Nifty 50. My Nifty 50 is a 50 mil 1.2, I think. It might be 1.8 actually. I'm just going to double check. It is 1.8. So these like prime lenses are lovely. The glass is superbly clear and they're fantastic, except I like 35 mil. I've got a 50. I use the kit lens for the 35 mil, and we went and I saw in the Lumix shop in this
You did
camera
see a
place, they
really
were
cheap
selling
lens.
the prime official Lumix 35 mil 1.8. And I asked him the price and he said 270 quid. And I'm like, holy shit, 270 quid is dirt cheap. Bear in mind, these lenses go for 600 quid in the UK. Second hand, they're 400 quid. And he was selling brand new 270 quid. I think he made like a speech error and was like, it's this. And we decided not to do it because we would have struggled to put it on like a business purchase and get through everything. And now the moment that I left and the store closed, I'm like, I should have bought it. I should have bought it. I should have bought 2 of them and then sold one of them for a profit. I should
So
have done it.
This is the one that I bought when we were in China. This little tiny pancake 50. It is a Pentax K-mount, so it's a PK mount, so I've got an adapter for it. It is technically a Riconon lens, but it's made for Ricoh. Since then, I have picked up, this is a... Oh, ha! Someone said, Grant, you should get Takumar lenses. This is a Super Takumar from the Ashai Optical Company, lens made in Japan. It is a 50 millimeter f1.4, and Jacob, it is an M42 mount. So
Ooh.
I didn't realize I had one. This one is an odd auto manual lens. Very, very cool. And these old lenses, the freaking lens caps are made of stamped sheet metal.
Really?
So I picked up that one locally. I also picked up, this is a, you are a Soligor, Soligor. It is an f2.8, 135 millimeter prime lens with the world's cutest little sunshade on it. It's a cute little sunshade. Fully manual, obviously. Pentax came out once again. And then, since I was going out and I want to have some fun, I brought out my full frame A7 II. This is the A7 II. This has a... Is there even a brand on this one? It is a Sears lens, which is hilarious to me. But it's made in Korea. It is a 28 millimeter f2.8 macro lens. So it is a very, very interesting... Here, I'll take it off the PK. There's full frame Sony sensor. So that's a 28 millimeter f2.8 and then a PK to Sony E adapter. I bought these. So the three lenses I bought off of Reddit for $50 delivered. So, and you know what?
So jealous.
They take great photos here. There is some vignetting.
Do you have vignette compensation in the camera? Because I've actually just turned mine off.
But I just don't give a shit.
And the vignette compensation,
it'll
focus.
Looks
fantastic.
It'll focus at some point. Oh, shut up with your battery indicator.
That looks amazing.
50 f1.4 to get that shot.
Oh, where's my stuff? So I just did like a photo shoot where I took like Rosie around and just took like a load of photos, but I tried out the variable ND for the first time as like just like taking photos. And so I got this variable ND. It is phenomenal. And the reason being is I can push a really low f-stop.
Yep.
So I get creamy bokeh.
You get the good bokeh.
And I can also have a high ISO. So I get a lot of light and I can really crank up the shutter speed to really capture all the details. And honestly, I kid you not, I've had probably the best photos that come out of the camera, full stop. And one of the reasons was I got rid of the vignette compensation. So you end up with this like
vignetting. It's
very...
fine.
It's tasty. It's absolutely tasty.
I don't bring this camera with us when we travel because it is a full frame, so it's much heavier than the APS-C cameras from Sony. But it's also only 1080p, so it does not film in 4K, which is why I don't bring it with me when we travel, because we need 4K for the videos that we shoot.
Yep.
So. It's old. This is A7 II. It is quite the old camera from Sony, but
I wonder if this will show the camera.
works.
But also, just randomly as the first photo is the...
Oh, that's C2. Yep.
The C2. There you go. No, I really want to get a photo of when I took Rosie out with...
And where is it? Sem Bazuru says Amber should get me more bags. I'm the problem. I buy a bunch of bags. This is my V1 10-liter sling from Peak Design. But I normally pack a 30-liter everyday backpack V1 from Peak Design. The thing is, we just have so much other gear that we carry. I've got like their camera cubes that I can put in luggage, but we end up getting weight limited. So anyways, I'm enjoying it. I love the 50 f1.7, this Riconon. Ricoh lens is the one we got from China, but hilariously the Takumar I've got a Takumar lens. I didn't realize that. Yeah, that's the 50 f1.4.
Ooh, that's a
Yeah.
nice lens. Ooh,
Cheap.
I like that.
Cheap.
I am
This is
jealous of
M42.
like the lenses you get.
Oh, Chris Elliott. Okay. Hey, Chris.
There you go. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, China was awesome. I think
China was probably the best experience I never expected to enjoy. It even added stuff to my bucket list and then immediately crossed them off.
Well, to me, China was similar. I never expected to go. I didn't think we were ever going to win a contest to go to China. Like, you kidding me? But to be able to experience it with locals, I think made it all the bit better.
There you go. Look how nice that photo turned out.
Yeah.
It's got like perfect vignette. It's perfect pin sharp.
Should try that with the 500 millimeter is it? Oh, it's right here. I forgot it's in here. Yeah.
Honestly, she's so
This is that
photogenic,
lens.
It makes me want to go out more with
So,
this camera.
You notice
nifty 50s work amazing.
It's a mirror. You can actually see me right here through it. Like, you can't see my finger tapping, but you can see it through the lens. Yeah, this is an f6.3 fixed aperture, 500 millimeter T-mount with a 95 millimeter bore. So,
I want.
I bought this in the States
so badly,
but it was.
See, I want one of them badly because my IBIS with that will probably work fine.
I learned a lot about the in-body image stabilization for Sony recently, and I realized I've had it on the wrong settings the whole damn time. But that's okay. I fixed it now. Lens flex. You know what? This is a lens that you could absolutely flex on people with until you realize that the adapter cost almost as much as the lens. The adapter was $26. The lens, I got an f6.3 and an f8 version. So the f8 is much smaller. For $80. 2 lenses for $80. The adapter was $26. It's not a flex. These lenses are often considered garbage. But if you get one that's relatively clean, I think they shoot well, and they give a really interesting donut bokeh. So bokeh's when the background of an image is blurry. That's what bokeh is, yeah. B-O-K-E-H. Most lenses just kind of blur it out. This one, because, if you notice, the middle of the lens is blocked, the bokeh ends up being a circular, like a donut. So, yeah, I wonder, will this work? I don't think I think I'm way too close. Oh my god, it does focus.
Oh my god, it focused. It pulled focus.
It pulled focus. But it's funny because it's focusing onto the mirror that is right here on the lens. It's not focusing through the lens properly. Because this is not a camera that takes interchangeable lenses. I could switch over to a different camera, but I feel like that's more work than it is worth in here. So, especially for a live show. But suffice to say, we had a lot of fun. Jacob and I went around. The girls had a quiet night in. Jacob and I went around taking photos of everything, filming 360, eating a bunch of weird food. We had fun. We met some cool people along the way, and I hope that was not a one-time experience. But now, Jacob, we have to go to Prague to go see how the Core 1L is made.
Yeah.
So
that'll be fun. I actually don't even care about the Core 1L anymore. I want to see the signature series made because I love woodwork.
Oh my god. Yeah, you know what? I should see if we can get a chance to see how the signature oak is made. I guess I have some work to do after we're done here. But yeah, I say that we call this one a wrap. We are at 4 hours. Oh, yeah. Mad Cat says, weirdest thing that we ate. Also, don't forget to leave a like if you're still here. The weirdest thing. Eel.
We ate quite a lot of
the
stuff.
Eel.
Like...
The eel was the weirdest thing.
Nah, that wasn't it. That was just eel.
It was good.
Eel's
I've
not
never
bad.
had eel
It was
like that
good.
before.
Um, so some of the fish was a bit weird, like the deep fried but puffed with the lovely orange sauce. That was lovely. We did. I'm just going through all the meals now. Oh, we're back to the making sauceum podcast. Um, oh, where do we even start? I would say like we had lovely crab. We had, oh, probably the corn soup. That was something I didn't expect to be so bloody good. Did you try the corn soup?
Yeah.
It was so good.
There I think there was the chicken feet. It's chicken feet. Yeah, that was the weirdest thing for me is chicken feet. I did not like it.
Shit. S- Rosie's literally just sent me a message as she's watching this live now, and she just said you ate chicken feet.
I did. Yeah, you didn't. I did. Um
Oh, my headphones just died. There we go.
they tasted good, but it was texturally one of the most uncomfortable things I've ever eaten.
I
It's a
mean,
lot of cartilage, so it's like, ooh, the skin's good. And I'm like,
see, I've had chicken feet
oh.
before, and I'm just like not a massive fan of cartilage, so I was like, it'll be fine. It'll be fun experience. Like, I never had it was like place skin, like the skin of the place fish, or it might have been like the intestines of the place fish, and that worked fantastic.
Which is not that weird. People eat it here too. Yeah, I know. It was texturally a thing that I just did not enjoy. I'm glad that I tried it. And as I will tell anybody, right? If I'm traveling somewhere and they have a traditional dish, I'll try it. I don't care. If I don't like it, I don't like it. But I don't want to walk away not trying it.
Yeah,
Tripe, intestine, I've had it before. I've had
that was
pork
it. It was
rinds.
tripe.
Tripe, it's
Tripe
intestine.
sucks. It was well. So the only time I've ever heard of tripe is
Mm-hmm.
when it's in relation to eel,
Mm.
because we call eel in the UK tripe as well, and
Nope,
it's like
tripe's
jellied and it's
intestine.
trash. But no, the intestine was weird. It just doesn't have a taste, but it's a really good like grabbing surface for
Mm-hmm.
food. So that was quite nice. I will say like all of the spicy dishes were not spicy. They were just like the right level of heat for me
I would
personally.
have loved more heat.
I
I
would I
wanted
would
I
I would have
wanted
been okay
something.
with it. Me and you were both being like, oh, it's gonna destroy us. I'm really looking forward to this.
I
And we
will
had it, we're like, oh,
I told Christine and Kid that if you were going to give me something that is really, really spicy, I want to know ahead of time so I can film it. That's all. I just want to be able to film me being stupid eating something really spicy, but it was never that bad.
I mean, a couple of times they were like, oh, try this. This is really spicy. And we kind of got our hopes up. And
Yeah.
we tried it, we're like, oh, this isn't that bad. But I I'm now starting to realize something. So on the first 2 days, me and Grant were like, oh, they're giving us white person spice levels,
I think they
because
were.
I don't think they were, because remember when we went to the little corner place where it was just a kid found the random corner place and
Yeah.
just brought us there. They would not have prepared that food differently just for us. That
Fair.
wasn't
Fair.
that wasn't a high-end restaurant. That was just a corner place. And that food was bussin'. It was
I
so
hate that
good.
word so much.
Bussin'.
Bussin'. Oh god.
And then so we had that, and that again wasn't massively spicy. Uh and the thing that I then realized was, Grant, I think we're just good with spice.
Oh, tripe is
Because
tripe stomach lining? I thought tripe was
yeah, stomach lining.
I thought it was intestine.
No, stomach.
It makes
Stomach.
sense because it was kind of like tentacly. It was
Yeah.
weird.
But yeah, like so
I
I've
didn't mind it.
realized,
I don't
Grant,
care.
we are both just very good with spice, because Mum and Amber were absolutely dying at multiple stages at the
Amber's a weenie
slightest
with
hint.
spice. Amber's a weenie with spice. I I
Yeah,
I, I wasn't.
I'm now not even thinking that, because Mum is semi okay with spice, and she was like, "This is really spicy, Jacob. My lips are burning," and they looked burnt, and I'm just there like, Like I had Kid and Christine. You know the two hot pots in front of me? They were the hot pots. They were like the super spice hot pots, and I was just blah, 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 blah. It was good. Like you had the tomato one in front of you and a chili one, a
Oh, dude,
Szechuan one.
I had tomato hot pot the other night. It was so good. I even sent the pictures to our group chat with Fibreseek. Like, this is y'all's fault. We found a new hot pot place in Tampa.
You have to take me.
Amber,
You have to take me.
post the name of the place. I forget what it's called. Um, but yeah, it was very good. It was very good. And it's so in the States, it's all you can eat hot pot. So you pay one price. It's all you can eat hot pot plus Korean barbecue. This place would actually bring out pieces of beef, like a slab of beef. I'm like, four more of those. I ate my value in just beef. Uh, Pip Design Shop said after Schustroming, anything is possible. I mean, look, I'm not against eating something that could be quite kind of nasty. I am against doing it without a camera on, especially if we can raise money for charity.
See, I'm against missing out. I want to try at least once. Like if it's a food like people actually eat, Surströmming kind of isn't. It's kind of just a meme.
Mm-hmm.
But like if it's like if I went to China, I tried Chinese food. I did not go to be like, oh, I'm trying Chinese food. No, I wanted to try local Chinese food.
Yeah.
I wanted to know what it was like. And I realized I really bloody like Chinese food. They just cook so damn good. It's well spiced, it's well heated. It was like I was literally messaging like people being like, hey, look at this picture. You would have loved this meal. Just all the time.
Well,
Because
like
the amount of food that was in front of us and the variety of
the
food.
variety, there was a lot of variety, and I think that was
Oh, the
probably the
egg
most
drop soup
important
was so good
thing.
as well. The eggs were lovely, which also surprised you because you were like, why are the egg yolks not like neon red? I'm like, what do you mean neon
Orange. Well, they were
red?
orange. I'm used to them being neon yellow.
Yeah, like, what do you mean? This is egg yolk. And then I realized you're from the plastic country of nothing's real. Um, the eggs were lovely. They were delicious. They were like good quality, like they were the top quality British eggs, and British does have good quality eggs. Oh, I could go for some fried eggs right
Jimmy
now.
says I'm
Um,
this close to buying Schuströmming just to have every other week since Vanamo. No, Jimmy, don't do that to yourself.
Look, Jimmy, you might have been a Chad just
Oh,
licking it and then eating it with
I was
no
so
facial change.
look,
But
look.
please, no.
See, when we were in China and they were giving us things that they thought were going to be too hot for us, they were eating it too. I will point out that there were only two people from Sweden that were outside when we were doing the Surströmming challenge. All the other Swedes were inside because of how bad it is. It's bad. It's just bad. Um,
You know what I did actually kind of miss? The one thing that we didn't do in China. We didn't have Chinese wine,
we were supposed to
like
do. We were
spirit wine.
apparently supposed to do the soup dumplings because they originated in Shanghai. I had no idea. We did a lot of meat on stick, meat on the
Meat on
sticks.
stick.
Those were good.
The meat on stick and those cookies.
Oh, those butter
I
cookies.
wish I had more. I
Oh
wish
yeah,
I had more so
we should have
badly.
gotten more. But
They were
you
good.
know, like in the States, the meat on stick places are gonna be like at the county fair, right? And like, no, fam, no,
I'm not touching that. I'm
you
not
don't
gonna
do
lie.
that.
I ain't touching meat on stick place at a fair. I value my intestines and the fact that I do not want to shit my brains out the moment I look at it.
The food that we had was really good, and they have different spice levels for it. So I'm like, oh, give me half spice, and I tried like all the way. And you spice all the way. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, this is better. This is
So
better.
I literally like kid asked me like what spice level do I want for like some of the meat on stick? And I'm like, oh, just make it like medium mild. Like I don't want to ruin myself just because of spice. I tried it and I was like, where's the spice?
I told her to start with white people hot, and then I'll go from there. Yeah.
I
I'll go
love the
from there.
saying white people hot.
It's
My mum
so
hates it because we were at when we launched the C2,
it's
we
how it's
went to a traditional
described.
Indian restaurant, and the
Yes.
the guy who was the chef and the owner of the restaurant was like the best lad you could possibly imagine. Because like me, him, and a couple of people around the table were having a good little joke, and mum was like, "Oh, don't make it too spicy. Like, what is medium hot and everything?" And he looks at her and goes, "Where are you from?" And she goes, "I'm from Malta." It's like, medium fine for you. You're fine. You're not weak. You're not weak. And she's like, I am weak. I literally had to turn to her. She wants it as white person spice level. And he went,
Yeah.
oh, white person spice. Oh,
So there's a Thai restaurant, one of my favorite sushi restaurants too, Bangkok Sushi out in Lutz. Um, they have regular spicy and then traditional spicy, and you have to ask for it. Staff will come out and verify that you're okay with it, and they will give you traditional spicy. Traditional spicy is stupid. It is so hot. Um, my hope that I can do is there's a lot of like Chinese takeout restaurants around
yep.
me. I would like to learn simplified Chinese to be able to speak to them and see if I can get a dish cooked traditionally like how their parents cooked for them. Not the way they cook for Americans, but the way that their parents cooked for them. And that to me, like if I can go to a place, speak to them in their local language and say, I don't want it the way that you're doing it for Americans. I want it the way that you would cook it for yourself. That's what I want.
Yeah. I am actually kind of like so upset that Lincoln doesn't have a lot of those restaurants. And those are
You
flavors
live in a
that
small town, dude. For me
I
to get a
have
lot of the stuff, I got to go
it's
into
a
Tampa.
it's a medium-sized city in the UK. We've got 20,000 people in it. That's nothing,
It's
but
nothing.
they class it as a
One
medium.
building in Shanghai had 20,000 people in it,
Yes, that
Jake.
is true. I'm not even kidding. That is actually true. But like there's flavors that I had out there that I cannot replicate now. And I'm so annoyed that I didn't get the recipes or I didn't like see how they do it because the food was it was so good. It was
It was
so
very,
good.
very good food.
Oh, I've been corrected. It's not 20,000 people in my city, 60,000 people in my city.
Still
Thank you.
small. So, all right, let's wrap this thing up in a bow. I want
Wait, before you do. Because there was one story that you told people you'd tell. Why are we ill? We are both sick.
because we worked our asses off
Yeah,
and we got
damn
sick
right we
somehow.
did.
We picked up sinus infections.
Yeah, so me and Grant were literally doing 2-hour nights
Yeah,
so we could get all the filming. Like we would go to bed, wake up in 2 hours, immediately head for breakfast, go film for the entire trip. And I did it worse because I didn't just do it at the entire trip. I did it
he
two
went
weeks
back
building up to the
home
trip.
and then
No,
went back home and did it again.
I did it 2 weeks before, got my sinus infection, and that was like 3 days before the end of the trip. And then what ended up happening was instead of like, seeing a doctor, I then did 2 more weeks of not seeing a doctor and doing 2-hour nights, getting ready for the launch of
You
the
take after
C2.
your father.
Yeah. So
Oh
if
my
I
gosh,
break a bone,
can I you know what?
yes, you can say the story. You say the story.
Just for dad, we navigated with our noses and we ended up in the wrong area.
Yeah, that is so true.
That's just for your dad. I'll clip it just for your dad. But we navigated with our noses, and it had as expected outcomes. AKA the food was baller. But yeah, all right. So from the Prusa announcement, you've got the Core 1L, silicone 3D printing, open print tag, Prusa signature oak, and the teasing of Prusaslicer 3.0. Out of that, what are you the most excited about?
Signature.
Signature? Is it
Signature.
just because of the wood?
It's the craftsmanship.
Yeah.
It's the design, it's the craftsmanship, it's also the story. Like, I love Joe, and hearing that his dad was a woodworker and everything around that, it's just I want one to immortalize that story. and I really vibe with the aesthetic it's done, the craftsmanship, it's a history piece. It is a history piece, and I am worried people will look at it, have it as like a bit of memorabilia, and then forget about it. And in reality, this is a core part of
Yeah, it's a
why
big deal.
Prusa is the way it is.
Yeah, it is a design thought that
Yep.
exists and has, like you said, made Prusa very much the way they are today. Um,
Yeah.
I,
I
you
think
know,
Linux character in the chat has a good runner up for me, which is the
the
open
open print
print
tag.
tag. Open print tag. That is interesting because I like where it's going. It's
Mm-hmm.
more than just a printer, it's an entire dynamic change. I like it.
It's fair. Um, to not use the exact same answer as you, because I absolutely could. I could use the same answer as you, but to not use the same answer as you, I actually think it's going to be Prusaslicer 3.0 for me. I look, the
Really?
Core 1L, huge. Love it. I'm very excited for mine to arrive. Hugely thankful to all the fans and everything that makes the fact that this printer is arriving to my door Monday or Tuesday possible. However, I think Prusaslicer going to 3.0 has more overall impact on the industry and will jettison us into the next um you know the the next age of slicing for 3D printing, and that's the kind of stuff that excites me. Now, I will be curious if Prusa will continue to keep it open source. I assume they will have to, but
I hope so, because it would actually kind of suck if they didn't.
I don't know. I will tell you guys that as soon as my Core 1L arrives, I will be streaming live. So keep an eye out. It will happen very quickly that we announce it. I'll be like, hey, I'm going live in 15 minutes, right? So keep an eye out on social media. As soon as the Core 1L arrives, we will be going live to show it to you all so you can see it at the same time that I do. We will be unboxing it and doing our first print, and we will be timing it to see if 5 minutes is actually accurate or not. But what
Knowing
I'm
you,
going to
it's probably going
do,
to take 5 minutes to pick it up and put it on the table.
well, so I'm going to I'm going to message Joe. Probably message Joe. Should probably message Ruta as well. But say, hey, you know, we want to come out for Form Next. If you guys cover more of our trip for Form Next, why don't we extend it, go to Prague, and film how the Core One signature, the signature oak, is made.
That will be so good. If they're watching this right now, you,
Let's do it.
I will be there to do the really good camera shots, so we get all the A and B and C cameras. I also have a 90mm 2x super macro
I
for
will
all
bring
those
a I
really
will bring a
good,
spare body.
yeah, all of those really good high quality shots that you really want to capture. I have all the lenses for it. Like we can do justice,
Yeah.
and it will be so good.
So
And I don't
Jacob,
have to worry about hiding all the camera equipment from the Chinese government.
I will bring a spare body for you so you can run a Sony with all the lenses, but look at getting a PK to L adapter
Yeah,
and an M42. Then you'll be able to use all these lenses too.
yeah,
Um, so CZ Oliver 927 says, if you go to Prague, can I please meet you? Of course. Yeah.
yeah.
I will tell you that if we make it to Form Next, chances are we're going to Prague. If not, it is a guarantee that before or after Smurf, we will be going to Prague. I not just because we like visiting Prussia and it's a lot of fun, but we love the city of Prague. Jacob's never been. Amber and I absolutely love it and could spend the last time we went there, we spent 12 days there. So give you guys an idea, we spent 12 days. We were filming for four solid days of printing at Prussia. But yeah, CZ Oliver, message me on Discord. I will get you message me on Discord, and then once we have travel dates, I'll get you my WhatsApp number, and just we'll text and we'll figure it out. Because yeah, we can make something work. And then yeah, I can't really ask. Well, you know what? I will. What is your most exciting thing for Construct 2? What is your most exciting thing for Construct 2 that nobody talks about?
Oh, oh, that's a harder. I think it's it's a hidden aspect that we haven't marketed at all. It's the future proofness of the actual motherboard system. So the Construct 2 has, with the filament changer, 4 motherboards. It's also got full expansion ability to run 6 4K 60 FPS cameras and thermal cameras all at the
Jesus.
same time. And one of the reasons for it is I am vastly aware at how the future of design will be impacted by AI equipped workloads. So having a machine capable of already utilizing off the shelf AI integrations like slam mapping for tolerance control or thermal management regulation or depth mapping for again tolerance control because it's so much better than spaghetti detective, that is something that I see increasingly more prevalent, and it's what's going to basically give a entirely new refresh of the machine, and it's just software. It's no hardware change. Um, which is one of those like little things. There's other little bits like the fact that even though the print head and gantry weigh 1.5 kilos, we can still do these insane speeds with zero twist to the nozzle head because of how it's mounted. Like that's a little nice thing. The replaceable bays, just for I said it in the last one, but I've never said it today. You can replace the bays with different like
Different
sized
sizes.
wheels.
Yep.
So you can have a 5 kilo, 2 3 kilos, or three 1 kilos, and then you can double it. So you can either have 6 1 kilos, 4 3 kilos, or 2 5 kilos, and mix and match between. That's fun. It's just little things. Um,
Mhm.
but honestly, I think the one that people are going to sit on the most is the air filter because we don't use a HEPA filter, we just use a carbon filter, and people won't realize why because HEPA does nothing, but carbon filters do the work. So it's carbon filter. Yeah, but I don't know. That's like the little short list. There's so many aspects about the C2 that I could talk about that aren't they're not things that you could really market. Like the fact that all the feed tubes for the filament changer are user serviceable. Like on the they're top facing. Like they aren't hidden behind a machine. You can access them easily. Or the fact that actually no, screw it. I have one. It's one that we can't market because nobody cares. It's the entire printer's Wago terminaled.
Oh
There is
man,
no
Wagos.
crimping. There's no crimping on the printer. Everything was designed for 5 minute like open and close. So the entire printer opens up like a clamshell if you want to do heavy duty like repair work. And every terminal is Wagos. You flick it, put it in, close it, you're done. Nothing else. No crimping, no soldering. If you need to replace something, it's 2 bolts and a Wago. That's what I like. Also, the wire runs are taped down. So you get like really nice sharp edge wire runs.
That's nice
Because
too.
it's actually a safety feature. Because the tape on the bottom stops any debris. Like say you get metal filings and it drops into the electronics chamber of the printer, the tape captures any detritus that could
Mm.
short something out. So it's just a safety thing. It also looks good.
Here I'm getting the restaurants that we really enjoy, and I'm sending them to CZ Oliver 927. Do you happen so I guess you're in the 3D printing industry and you live in Prague. Do you work for Prusa or do you work for somebody else?
Sem Bazaru is asking, are you going to put open air tag in the C2 or retrofit for the C1? Yes, I'm actively going to look into putting it into the C2, even if I have to delay the C2 by a week or so to get it done.
Mm.
For the C1, this is probably going to be the first time that I've talked about it publicly. We are looking at a redesign to bring it up to next generation standards based on our learnings of the C2. So it's still a ways out, but as part of the living product cycle, there will be an upgrade path. There will be a way to keep that upgrade path going, but we are looking at making the C1 series even more competitive and faster and easier to work on and all of those sort of things because that's what we like. So there's that.
Oh, okay. So he's just an enthusiast, would love to work for Prusa after college. And he's a minor. Well, then you can't go out and have drinks with us. Damn.
It depends on what he means by minor because you guys are like 21 when you can drink?
Yeah, 21 in the States.
Yeah, I'm going to Google the drinking age in Prague. I think it's much lower than that.
Did the stream? Oh, my internet's starting to die.
Oh, wow. Prague's drinking age is 18. Wow.
I mean, you can go out to him. He's like, when I said meet you, I meant like a quick hello because that would be so cool. Dude, we can go get a meal. I don't care.
Ooh,
okay, he's 16 and half 17 in March, and a half 17 March. It's fine.
I just got a text message through, where I love that people text me now because people know my number. For the C1 redesign, we could call it the C1X. C1-X. I kind of like that.
X gonna give it to you. I think.
X gonna give it to you.
C1 Plus Pro Max Carbon. Yes. GP3 designs once again with the naming schemes. PPM. It's the C1 PPMC. Gilbert Nar said, "Great to see a teenager watching and learning at 9:00 at night." But I think this is going to call it for us. I think that
if he's in Prague, it's what, like
10. Oh, he's 6 hours ahead of me, so it's 10.
But no, isn't he 2 hours ahead of me?
1, I think. I don't know. What time is it there?
Let me Google. Current time in Prague. It is 10:30. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 6. I'm fairly certain it's 6. I'm now like resaving food in Prague that we really like. Yeah, we've had some great food. We also went out dancing in Prague. So like we went out dancing with Mickey and his now wife. They're married now, Zophie, out in Prague. We took a aerials class for swing dancing. Then we went out swing dancing in Prague.
Oh,
you're gonna come with us if we go again. Yeah. We're going out dancing.
This is when I get to show you how little swing dancing I actually learned, even though I did it for 4 months.
Oh no, that's fine. See the fun thing is we go to dinner first, and then we go dancing. So Mickey will take us to a place that he and Zophie really like that I can't read the menus. He's like, we're going to get this. I'm like, great, let's just get it. And then Mickey and I will fight over who's going to pay. And then Jacob.
Yeah.
Jacob, there's a big design store in Prague.
I still need to get your recommendations for quick release plates for the camera because carrying this camera is a pain and it's heavy and I just need to chest mount it so I could just.
Let me see. I think I have generic ones back here. Let me see.
Yeah, but you live in Florida. I live in a developed part of the world called the UK. You have to come to me.
I don't see them quickly, but I know they're in this box. Oh, well. Brother, just find some and send them to me, and I'll tell you. Like, small rig, we'll make one that I'm sure is fine, right? I don't know. I'll look them up. Amazon UK, is that where you want me to look?
I don't know. Like, at the moment, I'm looking on AliExpress.
Jib says, swing dancing in Prague sounds like a great life goal. Even further, aerials in Prague with a bad back. That was a goal. And I was able to do aerials with Amber for the first time in a very long time.
Oh, that's so sweet.
It was cool. Aerials are very, very frowned upon in the US for social dancing because they're very dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. But Amber's like so much lighter than me. Even though I have a bad back, I can still kind of, do aerials and that kind of, I was going to say throw her around. That's such a terrible way to say it, but it's not inaccurate.
Yeah, just throw Amber around.
Yeah.
The average American experience, just beetle white
Yeah,
and throw her around.
and then Oliver, if you haven't, you should sign up to go take a tour of Prusa. And if you let me know ahead of time, if you go there like when we're not there, let me know ahead of time, and I'll see if I can, say, hey, we have a fan that's going there. Any chance you can show them some extra things? um, Gilbert Dar said, how many space launches have been done near you recently, Jacob? We've had a lot in Florida.
None. But how many air shows have gone off near you, Grant?
Good sir, we have Sun and Fun. It's one of the largest air shows in the United States, about an hour away from me.
Okay. I get to look out my window and I see the Red Arrows practicing every day.
I get routinely buzzed by A-10 warthogs.
With the track record of an A-10 Warthog, I wouldn't want that.
Well, they're not firing their guns. They're just out doing practice.
You do realize an A-10 Warthog has a higher blue-on-blue, like, fatality rate than on enemy targets,
If I'm going out, let the Burt take me out, boy. Oh, yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
that's a
The
fair way to
military
do it.
expo, Soft Week, when they literally, dump thousands of rounds of brass into the Tampa Bay as they stormed the convention center as part of a military demonstration for Soft Week in Tampa Bay. So,
Okay, I'll give you that. Your expos for the military do go hard.
see, ridiculous
Ooh,
9464
can
gets
get,
it, says they look cool and do the Burt sound. Look, an
I can
A-10
get a
Warthog is just a
M42
Gatling
to
gun
L.
with wings. All it really is.
I can get an M42 to L mount for 30 quid.
That's
That's
expensive.
pretty good. That's pretty good.
God. I think I
It's
paid
L mount. L mount's
I
expensive.
think I paid like $7 for my adapters each.
I can get a PK to L for 23 quid. Concept Nike to
Well,
L
definitely
for
get the
22.
PK. Try to find a cheap PK mount, because I got most of my lenses are PK or M42.
And I can get an EF to L for 37.
Is that an autofocus EF?
Do not. No, it isn't.
Okay, so I have an EF 11 to 18 coming. F2.8. And it's autofocus.
Okay,
And I
might
also,
try and
from the same
find the
user,
autofocus
bought
one.
the autofocus adapter for the Sony.
Okay.
Yep. Anyways, we're going to close this one off. We, instead of sending you all to Steve Builds, are going to send you all to the 1440 stream. I got to figure out... The entire back end of YouTube has changed, so I got to figure out where to do all that. We are going to send you guys over to the 1440 makers, where they are raising money for the World Central Kitchen. So 1440 makers. I hope this is the right one. Day 2. Yeah, it's the right one. All right. Yeah, I said back end. All right. So we're going to see you all later. If you are a member of the Discord, which is at the $10 tier and higher, we will be in there hanging out. I'll be hanging out for about an hour and a half, and then I got to go do a show for the 1440 makers at 6 p.m. Eastern time. It's about an hour and a half for me. Otherwise, Jacob, episode 246, brother, you want to take him out on this one?
Hell yeah. So, for everybody out there, thank you for sticking with us for how long has this been? 4.5 hours. This is almost the longest one we've ever done. Maybe it is.
It's not.
Is this the longest?
It's close though.
I think we've done a 5-hour one before.
Yeah.
But thank you for sticking with us through probably the weirdest little segues going between talking about China to talking about Prusa to talking about us to talking about the Making Sawsome podcast, because
Making Sawsome, that's right.
Making Sawsome. That has to stay a thing now. It's a thing.
It's gonna stay a thing.
And just thank you, everyone. Like these last 3 weeks, I know we've not been around that often because
we still love you.
We've been gallivanting around the world, but we've had you in our hearts. So thank you very much. And remember to go check out all the sponsors. And again, if you want to get a Construct 2, £1,000 deposit, you get really good savings. You get £2,000 off if you put it down now. So it's a good time. But again, thank you very much. And everybody, stay safe out there. Don't forget to call your loved ones. And as always, keep making awesome.
Hey,
And
you
go eat
got
some
it.
good food.
You got it.
Go eat some good food.
Yeah.
Everyone deserves good food.
They do. They do. See ya.
Bye, everyone.
Except we're not going anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere.
Because we're gonna give away some filament. We just have to end our recordings for the recording for the recorded episodes. Yeah. Birdman any weather. Yep. I am still behind. I think I've got your things still open. Just message me again. But I am in the process of doing it. The next hour and a half is going to be me getting everybody's filament out the door. Let me stop accepting responses. We streamed for 4 hours, so we'll do 4 names. And then we will get out of here. And of course, remember, you must be present to win. I will just draw 4 names. If those people don't end up being here, is what it is. I love how a lot of you are like, name some random number I haven't memorized. Name, number, IDK. There's like 4 of you that did that. That is hilarious to me. But let's see the first winner here. Let's see if they're in the chat. They are in the chat. Let's see if they reply. I guess I should see if they did the math right first. Okay, thank God they did. If you win, please message me on Discord. I will be doing all of that here shortly. Jacob, let me know if they actually reply.
I'm watching.
So that was number 1.
So Chris Province, if you're out there, do send a message in the chat. Otherwise, we cannot confirm nor deny that you get your reel.
Let's see. This one was that person. Let me make sure they did did everybody do the math right? Do I have to worry about this? Okay, everybody did the freaking math right. So I don't have to worry about it. Where's their name? Oh, there they are. Okay. Let me do it here. Let's see if they're there. I didn't see their name, but let's see who else we get.
Matt Wonk is there.
Oh, he's there.
Confirm. He's there.
I didn't see it. Is it just?
So you put at Matt Wonk and
Oh well, okay.
Wonk
The name
so
that he put in the thing was Matt Wonk, not Wonkman.
Yeah, but he's there. He's there. I can confirm he's there.
Okay, just message me on Discord. I'm just at 3D Musketeers on Discord.
Confirmed.
The Wonk has been confirmed. Okay, that's number 3. Oh, I'm sorry, I spelled that wrong. There, that's correct.
Palaka.
Okay.
Pekala.
I think it's PPE. I think it's PPE Kayla, but I could be wrong.
Kayla. Anything with PP in it. PP good.
Oh my God.
PP confirmed. There we go.
Confirmed.
PP confirmed.
Okay. And then the last one is where is the name so I can mark it off of my list? Is that it? Ooh, I almost gave it to the wrong person. Where is your name? There you are. Okay, there is that. And that is our final winner, Pip Design Shop.
Pip Design Shop.
Yep. So that's it, y'all.
And
We're gonna.
Pip is there. Confirmed.
Awesome. Please message me on Twitter. I'm gonna let Shane know that we're gonna be raiding with 122 people. So, guys, go head over to the world's. We're gonna raid you over into the World Central Kitchen stream for the 1440 makers. I will be there in about an hour and a half. Jacob is welcome. He might join, he might not, because he's currently dying. But that is all we have for you all today. See you all next week, probably. Yeah, next week. Even though next week is Maker Faire Orlando. So
you know what? Because the show lasted for more than 4 hours, I don't even need to time my pills. I just take another 4 ibuprofen. And that should be telling you how serious this is if I'm taking 4 ibuprofen at once. Also, I don't like these. They're hard. They look like gummies, but they're hard.
Well, sounds like a you problem. All right. See you guys. Bye.
Okay. Love you all. Stay safe.